and that's why Hitler did nothing wrong. So, let's start up this HSD game.
Sure.
Okay. All right. Welcome to the first HSD one-shot that Addy is running. There might be more in future. I don't know, because Addy has good planning times. If everybody would like to introduce themselves, starting from the top of the Do Not Disturb channel. I'm Ali, your friendly guide.
I'm Mifmath. I am playing this sparkly thing.
A sparkly thing.
Do tell us your character name and such.
Oh, okay. It's my character's name is Lulu. She's a former pop star, and she's a killer whale.
Okay,
or at least looks like one.
Sammy as Kiss Giles. I am playing the people with the flattest and most stupid of faces, also known as Rabbit Vector. And that is who I be.
Alright, and then we have...
I am Sev, and I am playing Pagebreak, who is the early models of the new Cogsuni, to see how they work out. Looks like a smallish, about 2 foot tall, beyond the ears, vaguely fox-like device with floaty hand things. Probably some kind of robot.
It's
maybe
like
a cog variant.
Rayman and Beth had a baby.
Wow.
There's the mental image we all needed.
I certainly did.
And that was Motorbike outside.
Motorbike will be recurring as a dropping character. I posted the image of my character there.
It's at an angle.
It is.
Okay. So, there is our cast of characters. To set up the scene, you have been on board it's a passenger vessel in service. Used to be mainly a shipping vessel that started to just take on people cheaply and got a reputation for prioritizing its passenger safety and getting people where they need to go cheaply, but slowly. But cheaply, which is very important. You've been on this vessel for about 2 weeks now on a flight from Mars to Ganymede, of all places. The vessel does offer a few cryo berths for people to while away the journey in, but not enough to supply everybody. So it either has rotational basis, or people can just volunteer to not go into one and even get a discount on their journey if they supply work along the way. The vessel offers discounts for mercenaries, mechanics, and other such things that they would find useful. If any of you would like to actually come up with why you're here, do feel free.
So Paige's primary mission, since they're all issued missions essentially, is to figure out the generative values of social interaction. Since that's one of Lumen's things, is that they have a hard time quantifying why things are worth more when nothing changes about them physically. So her primary reason for being on this ship is to figure out how people behave when they're on this ship. So she has attended and is basically going through rounds, causing what the crew is considering to be various disruptive shenanigans, which are actually kind of experiments, but are essentially various disruptive shenanigans.
Okay. What about Lilu?
Lilu, as her life has been up to this point, is entirely in the moving at the whims of the fates. She doesn't know exactly why she's here, but she's confident that it is the right decision. So
you basically saw a listing for a very cheap ticket just as you were browsing through the web randomly and thought, trip to Ganymede, that could be fun. And just booked it without any consideration of consequences or your current life.
I get the impression more that she probably just saw a free ticket and took that. It might have been it floating in the streets. It might have been one of those, you're the 10 millionth visitor to this website. But
might have taken it off a corpse, don't know.
Either way, go Lilu.
And
what about Kist?
Well, Kist's life's taken yet another bad turn. And ever since she finished training some bright new cadets at a certain higher PF compound, one of her very own that she trained usurped her position. And after Leela took over her job, she had to sift through the bottom of the barrel for a new place to work. There's an outpost on Ganymede that she's going to go supply some IRPF assistance to.
Allie, why do you hurt Sam even in Sam's own
I didn't know I
backstories?
did this. You can't
Ellie!
blame me for that.
He trained you.
I got the guilt.
No, the best part is that was Leela. And so I've got a thing going already, and I'm gonna have to hang out with Lilu all day. Who has like the perfect luck.
Okay, well, so you've been spending these past couple of weeks in misery. There's a few people around. There is a what seems to be a small mercenary team who keep mostly to themselves. They're not unfriendly, just self-centered. There's this strange orca girl that sort of just comes around, starts chatting randomly, mostly about herself. And this robotic fox thing, maybe a cog with a really advanced frame that
She
Just-
is super cute. I've got the appearance
very
buff on
cute.
her. So.
is very cute.
Oddly fashionable for somebody who continually goes into non-fashionable areas. Like her morning routine consists of going down to the cryo tubes and checking to see if anybody has a different expression. Like she goes into the various guts of the ship wearing a rather elegant-looking dress that never seems to get dirty.
I think cute is a relative term here, because that's borderline creepy.
Yes, that is the other part of the cute.
You've got a decent run of the vessel. They do ask that you don't go into the cargo bays and such, but it's fairly large. There's actually a dedicated kitchen. It's large enough to have its own gravity. It is sizable, and it's comfortable. It's clearly not the most ritziest Ritz of ships, but it gets you by. It's like going to a cheap, burger's offering to eat from its printers. But it was a cheap ticket.
Does it have artificial gravity or does it have rotational? Or are they both?
It has artificial gravity.
Okay.
Towards the end of the ship, the gravity does tend to fade off, and they warn people not to go back into the cargo holds towards the end for that reason.
We call this the bounce house.
Yes, can be rather disorientating / deadly. Yeah, it is artificial gravity, and it's been a calm journey. What would you like to be doing? It's about on ship rotation. It is around midday right now.
I will have
Well-
finished, I think, my rounds through the cryotubes. Having discovered that subject B32A now has a slightly raised eyebrow, she will proceed to record this and then construct an internal narrative that perhaps they're doing a swarming quip in a dream. And then she'll classify that under not provable and move on to the next.
I am still trying to find some place to get a decent cup of coffee on this goddamn ship.
You might have give me a let's see. Annie says, trying to get herself reacquainted. I want you to do you want to just search for yourself, or do you want to ask around?
I figure I'm just antisocial enough that I don't want to ask around.
Okay. So I want you to just make me a general body perceive check.
Alright.
Difficulty 1.
Why is this? Okay. That's fine. Okay. So difficulty 1, my body perceive is a 3. So that means because my body perceive stat, right? So that means that I roll 2 above, which means I should be at 2d10 and then plus my active skill, which will be exert. So that.
Hey, and 12 is a dead-on success. So you spend some time wandering around the ship. Yeah, some people do wave and say hello to you, just general other passengers. And you check the usual printers. There's some in the kitchen. A couple of the quarters actually have their own printers, although they do not seem to be functioning particularly well. But you do notice that one of the actual crew of the ship. She seems to be a canine infector, blonde fur, somewhat short, but she seems nice and bubbly enough. Is coming out from towards the front of the ship with a coffee cup that you have not seen printed from any of the printers that you use.
Secret coffee.
I am Squinty Eyes. I must go find this magic printer. I'm going to head that way.
You're gonna head that way? Okay.
Yes, again, not the kind of person who'd ask. So.
But are you the kind of person who would answer if somebody asks you various questions?
Probably not.
Oh.
Would you like to take a survey, ma'am? Walks by.
So you start heading towards the more crew portion of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't explicitly told you you can't go here,
Mm-hmm.
but you've never been invited to look either.
Mm-hmm.
But you come up to some closed doors and they open at a simple key. There's no lock or anything, and yeah, you find yourself in the what looks like to be the personal crew quarters area. You can see the corridor running down along to what you expect is either the cockpit or another set of rooms. It's a bit hard to tell.
Mm-hmm.
Not the cockpit. That's a different part of the ship.
Ha.
Oh. I thought this was a family-friendly show.
You thought wrong.
Okay, so if it's starting to look like it's getting to be more involved, I'll probably back out.
You're gonna back out?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I'm not gonna go like barging into other people's rooms. So I was looking to see if it was like in a commissary kind of an area or something like that. But yeah, it doesn't look like
Well,
it.
you could go further and try and find one, but
Nah, I'll back out because I have probably
Needle.
captain's quarters.
The rabbit factor that you've seen milling about tends to keep a bit to herself, not too chatty. Has just walked into a section of the ship and then immediately back out.
That doesn't look right.
Probably looks a little disappointed. I don't know.
Well, that's not how Lilu lives her life. She doesn't know what that rabbit was after, but she does now know that there's something in that region of the ship that she needs to find out.
There is something surely disappointing behind that door.
She doesn't know that. She only knows that somebody else was disappointed by a discovery. But maybe it will take Lilu on the next step of her adventure. She is going to sneak by into that room.
Yeah, you want to sneak by, do you?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I would like a body exert stealth check, please.
Okay,
I just
now,
worked on that sheet. I don't recall.
how
that there
do
was
I
a-
roll this? I have a 2 in body exert.
Okay. What's
So-
the difficulty?
Standard difficulty, so that's 2, isn't it?
Yeah, generally,
Yes.
if it's anything with stakes on it.
So what are-
stakes? Let's do difficulty 1.
So
So you
Kevin,
are
one
one
over
above the
that?
difficulty. Yeah,
I roll a d10.
D8 and D10.
Ah.
And then you're gonna add whatever you've got in stealth to it.
And where's my stealth? I have none. All right.
Wow, you got
Wow.
hot dice though.
Okay. Kissed. Give me a body perceive check, please.
What difficulty?
Difficulty 1. She's really bright.
She
Oh.
is. It's literally a property of her.
Basically, the exact same role I already did. So
Yes,
no, I don't see her.
but you
Oh.
you don't see her. You're walking off.
Shrouded
And
in the
to
sadness
be
of your
fair,
thought.
you're not exactly looking out for people either. So
No, I'm basically looking out for people enough that I don't run into them.
yeah. So yes, Lilu, you sneak past the
Right now,
the
I'm
bunny factor.
kind of doing the whole "I can't believe I lost my job" to an 8-year-old.
What qualifications make me underqualified to be a police officer? Giant bright orca walks by. I don't know why they got rid of me.
3
Me.
droplets, right?
No, that's gotta change. That's
You gotta
page
change
break is
it.
her name.
Page break. Yes. So
'Cause-
page break. You're coming up from the hind quarters of the ship, where the people are kept frozen, and coming into more probably one of the more fun areas for your job, simply because this is where people do tend to mill about. the general food/relaxation area. It's very hard to find it on the ship because it does seem a little haphazardly placed out. But you see an odd sight. Not so odd as the rabbit just walking away from something you've identified as the crew quarters of the ship, which is interceded between the more crew function areas as well. But more interesting is the orc effector that seems to be semi-crouched down, pacing her back up against the wall as she seems to be trying to sneak by this rabbit who couldn't care less.
Making her own theme music as she does so.
Yes.
Do I know these folks?
It's been 2 weeks. You've probably seen them quite a few times. Whether you guys have talked to each other, that's up to you.
Well, that's why I was asking Sam if Kist would feel obligated to answer questions. So I believe the question of how important is this coffee to you today might come up on a daily basis.
All right, so you use the words "feel obligated." I don't see a badge on you.
Fair enough.
I imagine Lilu has, however, talked your ears off at some point.
Yes, you are fully aware of Lilu's entire backstory, her theoretical backstory, and all her hopes, dreams, and aspirations.
All right. Well, then clearly, based on the social cues that I have encountered here, my best course of action is to sneak up behind Lilu, so that I can also be sneaking.
Give me a stealth roll, please.
Also, I'm quite bad at this. So
You know what's really bad? What's sad? I'm actually quite good at stealth and sabotage.
My character is literally fluorescent.
you probably had a complicate on that roll, but whatever.
Also, Sam, give me another roll, please. Same one. Just do that little tab up. Okay. And speed stealth.
I'm checking to see if I have anything. I don't think I do. Bam. Nice.
Okay. So, as you're walking along, Kist, dejected that you couldn't find the sacred coffee machine, you see a familiar little robot effector, very cute, come out, and also seems to go into stealth mode. They quickly dive behind one of the plotted plants, artificial, of course, that is decorating this little shared quarters, and starts to make their way around the room, trying to stay out of sight. A little badly.
You can't seem to figure out which side of the wall she's trying to hug. So,
like,
she'll go to one side and then roll across the floor to the other side.
Alright, this is the little annoying cog thing that's been trying to ask me.
Yes, this is the cog that asks the questions.
Yeah, I'm just gonna face palm and then do that. Look at them for a second.
She's gonna look back at Kist, who's looking at her, and kind of peer her eyes and go, "You're acting as though you can detect me."
Ignore me!
She's gonna kind of like raise her hand like a cat in front of a mirror, like, does it reflect my actions?
She's just gonna shake her head and go, "Whatever games you're up to today," and wanders by.
When she starts speaking, she's gonna jump back and do the Marco knife hands. Like, yes, you can.
That's not
okay.
That doesn't convey the same thing, because
well.
that's more like projectiles because your arms aren't really attached.
Meanwhile, not noticing any of this is the crewman that had walked out and is currently printing food from one of the printers in here.
He just walked by on autopilot and ignore everybody in the hall.
She just walked by, went straight to the printer. It's not noticing the people crouched and sneaking and pressing up against walls. Didn't notice shit.
Is she making the coffee?
She is the one with the coffee.
But
has come out here for food.
I'm going to peek over and then look back to Kist and go, "That one possesses coffee you've never had before."
Wait.
Have a good day, ma'am.
But isn't that important?
Okay, you're yelling now.
Well, I wasn't very well hidden to begin with.
Yeah. Lido, as you're up on this door, about to open it ever so secretly, you do hear this yelling of something trying to sneak behind you. And so does Crew Lady, who's going to peek her head back over her shoulder and go, "What's this about coffee?"
Tell me the approximate value of the coffee.
She looks down at her coffee. Goes, I don't know, a few creds.
She nods as recorded this. It says, how much would you pay for the coffee?
I'm already walking away.
Wait, no, you're not. We're not done. She looks over to Lilu. How much would you pay for the coffee?
Lilu is going to sneak in through that door.
The lady's going to poke her head out of the little separate kitchenette bit, see Lilu go through the door, shake her head, and go back to her printing food.
Nobody wants to help me with my coffee experiment today.
If you're looking for coffee, good coffee, the printer in our little kitchenette is decent.
Oh, can we use that? Is it a crew printer or?
It's technically ours, but you know, I'm sure if you just don't print any food on it, please.
She will proceed to walk unsneakily to the crew coffee printer to produce coffee. It's worth a couple creds from what I hear.
Or, or you can hold it ransom and print food on it.
Yes,
This
this is important.
See what happens to the stock price of that coffee.
Lilu, yep, you get through the door and you start sneaking your way down the hallway.
Right.
You can see doors lining the hallway either side, and they do seem to be actual personal crew quarters.
Does anything catch your eye?
What probably does catch your eye is just down the hallway seems to be a larger opening with bright light coming out of it.
Bright light. That means that's the destination.
Logically, yes.
I mean, I like this video game system. This works well. Is it a red door?
Oh no. It's not I mean, you can't really tell what the door color is because it's open. Paige, you see Lilu sneaking off ahead of you down this hallway, seemingly intent on this bright destination.
Well, that is curious, but I already have the coffee experiment going. I will take the coffee with me, as I have seen that it is portable. I will also occasionally lift it to my lips and not proceed with the next part, because there wouldn't really be much gained by that, but I mean, I'm going to do the motion because there's some kind of social involvement with that too. People seem calmer when other people are drinking coffee.
Oh, have you acquired coffee from somewhere?
Well, I went to the printer thing. Does it actually charge me? If it does, I can't pay for it.
She is directed you to a printer that is somewhere down this hall.
Oh, okay. I thought it was right
yeah.
there. Then I am walking downward. I'm not really trying to hide anymore, though, since I apparently can be detected even in my best hiding.
Yes.
They possess some means of noticing me. It might be my glowing arms.
There are footsteps behind you as you approach the bright door.
Lilu is going to duck into the nearest door.
Okay, you hit the door panel to try and open this nearest door, and it goes,
I'm going to attempt to hit it a few more times because that's for abilities.
Are you using an ability?
It's a personal quirk and ability. They kick it a few times.
That fixes broken things. That doesn't change locked doors.
Oh, my luck.
You could conceivably break it and then kick it a few times.
Is there anything that she can hide behind?
You can try and squeeze up in the slightly recessed door.
And thus it shall be.
Okay, so this orca basically pushes herself up against the door break. And she's not remotely hidden.
Look, she wasn't doing anything wrong.
So I'm gonna walk up to the front of said door and just kind of sit there, not sipping the coffee, but sipping it for an awkward moment as the orca is standing looking back and forth. And I'm going to squint my eyes and go, I can detect you.
Lilu locks eyes with her. She thinks for a moment.
No, you can't.
She puts her hands slowly over her eyes. Now I'm invisible.
No. She puts a hand on one of Paige's shoulders and tells her, we have to go on an adventure together.
We do? Wait, where? I just got coffee.
Do you see that over there? She points towards the bright hall doorway.
It is a door with a light behind it.
We need to find out what's in there.
Why do we need this? Probably nothing of any significance. Wait a minute.
Because
why is this worth so much to you?
Because destiny.
But okay, so explain. What about this door? This door surely has a light behind it that's turned off.
Look, this light's already on, so that implies it's important.
That just
You can't
implies
just
that
go
there's a light
opening
on the other
doors
side
and
of the
turning
room.
on lights.
To open up doors that have lights behind them.
We don't know that. You have to
I'm
let
not sure that I
fate guide
understand,
us.
but that's compelling. Very well.
So
We will
let's
seek
go.
the opening of the door.
Okay, so you're going towards the open door?
Yes.
I've detected that often if you signal your intent to open, the doors open by themselves, and she'll knock on it.
Ah, you're trying to open this door?
Well, the one that has the light behind it.
Oh, it's an open doorway.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. As you walk further down the hallway and you actually turn to face into this door, yeah, it seems to be a smaller kitchenette.
This is the location of the coffee. You were right, it was destined.
This can't be all there is to it.
And there is a printer there. It's rather small, but it's gleaming and new.
She's going to get an almost huffy look and be like, I don't understand. This is the most positive result you could have hoped from a random chance door encounter. We arrived at a place we were actually looking for. Or at least I was looking for the coffee. I'm not sure why you were here. Why were you here?
Well, I was looking for adventure.
Having found coffee, are you now disappointed?
I mean, a little bit. Kind of expected more. You know, it's been a trend.
And then, as you're sort of in this doorway looking into the kitchenette, a little bit further down, where there was in fact a closed door ending in the hallway, you hear the door go whoosh as it opens up.
Oh.
And suddenly you hear voices. One of them, male voice, seems to be yelling back in and goes, right, I'll get us all a drink. You figure out how you're going to announce this to the passengers. What do you want? And you hear a few resounding yells, different voices, just, coffee, give me a tea, so on and so forth. And then you hear, if you can think of any idea how we're going to explain this without alarming people, I'd appreciate it. And then footsteps coming towards you, and the door goes close again.
Oh, crap. We have to hide.
We do?
Of
Are
course
we
we
allowed
do.
to be in the coffee room?
Look, let's just hide.
All right. I mean, that's how it's done, but I haven't gotten the coffee yet. She will attempt to hide.
Okay, both of you, give me a stealth roll.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I guess it's the same one.
Yep. Same. Difficulty 2.
So 2d8.
I like to think that they
Yes.
both pull this off, that they're basically forming some sort of bioluminescent looking art
Yeah, it's
sculpture.
just a wall sculpture at this point.
Okay. So, Lilu fails entirely, so we'll handle that in a second. What method is Paige using to hide?
Basically trying to get behind a larger object because she's fairly
Okay.
small.
She's trying to hide behind Lilu.
You can try and hide behind a chair or under the table, or perhaps even in one of the smaller cupboards.
She's not very good at it, though, so one of the arms gets stuck outside of the cupboard. She just kind of stuffs it into a potted plant.
And we're going to have this rolly. Okay.
Oh, no. Wait, time to go to the defender.
Okay, so, Lilu, you see a male horse vector walk in wearing one of the crew jackets.
Yeah, she wasn't going to hide from him anyway.
He looks at you, trying to crouch down behind one of the chairs. He goes, can I help you, miss? And as he does, he's walking over to one of the cabinets, opening it up. Paige, for a moment, it feels like you're discovered as the door you're hiding behind opens up. But he just sort of reaches past you and pulls out what looks to be a few little sugar sachets.
I'm going to hand one of them to him.
Yeah,
As he's groping around for it, just put it over there.
And then the door closes again without him seeing you.
This can be a moment of, huh.
I was looking for the coffee machine.
Your one not printing well?
Yeah, that's what I've been told. I mean, yes.
Yeah, it always starts to bugger in a couple of weeks into the trip. Running that much food and such for it. Tense flavor. How do you like yours?
This is the first time Lilu has been asked about coffee.
Paige is attempting
how
to
do you
signal
like
to her a
yours?
proper order using one floating hand from behind the person who's talking that doesn't gesticulate particularly well and isn't using any form of known language. So it's trying to tell you what to order to no avail.
All right, so I guess what she's going to see is 3 sideways.
Give or take. Peace sign, 3 sideways, walking feet, hands over.
You feeling okay, miss?
I mean, that's how we have it back on Europa.
Some kind of European slang.
Yeah.
What's it mean?
The usual.
All right. How about I just get you a little bit of milk and sugar?
Exactly. That's what I meant.
He looks at you oddly before walking over to the printer and tapping in an order. And within a minute or so, you've got your coffee, and it's pushed into your hands. It's like, you sure you're feeling okay? You look a little, and he looks into your eyes, out of sorts.
I'm fine. I was just didn't expect to have to clarify my coffee order. It's just so normal over there to order it that way.
Every planet's got their things.
Yeah.
You should say to you, miss, and he's going to start printing out the crew's order.
Lulu is going to take a sip of the coffee and immediately spits them out into a nearby
Spit
plant.
it directly out, yeah.
Okay, so you split it into the artificial plant pot.
Yes.
Yep. And he's going to be there for a few minutes, printing out a few different orders.
You have to pour it into the airport jungle juice box.
Feel free to put the cup in the other printer to recycle it when you're done.
Okay.
It'll go to the same energy reserve.
She's just going to kind of back out of the room at this point.
Okay, page break. You are abandoned. The enemy has you cornered.
I'm going to attempt to tell if I can even hear if there's people in the room because I'm honestly not terribly good at that anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. Kist, you where are you wandering off to?
I guess I'm gonna go into wherever the main social area is.
Social area? Okay, so you walk out the little kitchen area, and it's only a couple of corridors down. There is a few blast doors in the way. They seem to actually take safety here seriously. But it opens up, and you walk in, and there are people lounging about. There's a familiar look of the mercenary team. They're not wearing any particular armaments, but they do have pistols at their hips and various batons and such. There are a few other passengers as well, just sort of chatting idly. A couple playing card games.
I'm gonna kind of go find a wall to lean up against, and occasionally check my toggle and just kind of watch the crowd because.
Checking your toggle. What are you checking on there?
I'm looking for news.
News feeds. Okay. Give me a mind perceive. Let's say that.
What difficulty?
Difficulty 2.
So we're doing it slightly harder than the last things I've
Yes.
done. Right. Nope.
Nope. Okay. So you're scrolling through news feeds, but you're doing it fairly idly and just sort of passing them over.
I'm just going. I don't care about this. Some Orca star went missing on some.
I'm kind of sad that I don't have any of the hacking tools because you would find a new news article: Cogsoon trapped in closet, enemy outside door.
So you go through a few things, and you basically get those little snippets of Orca star missing. Today in the weather, and the ASR Corporation has just declared that shipping lane under fire, and on today's news, and it just goes on like that.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't see anything really of interest there.
And you just sort of idle your time away. Eventually, you do see a couple of crewmen come through this area. The door opens up, and you can identify the crewmen. They all seem to have these similar jackets and little patches on them. Very cheap uniforming.
Yes.
and they march on straight by to what you know of as the cargo bay and engineering areas. In a bit of a hurry.
Okay, I'm just gonna kind of take note of that and watch them go.
Yeah.
'Cause I don't really have a vested interest in those things. I wasn't
Mhm.
hired to do anything on this ship.
Nope.
Bas-
And eventually, Paige, the man leaves.
Am I allowed to get out now? She will determine that it is probably reasonably safe to open the door and does so.
Yeah, there's no one around.
Is the coffee still there?
The machine's still there, but
Excellent.
there's no coffee there.
Procure a coffee so that I can bring it to the rabbit that is in search of coffee and determine whether or not this coffee was worth the trouble.
Okay,
Grumble
so
to herself because this is certainly not a control institute
How
anymore.
do you know I want coffee?
Because you look for it every day.
How do you know that's what I'm looking for, though?
Well, that's why I asked. Like, we've been here for 2 weeks. If you've been looking for a decent cup of coffee the entire time, then presumably this has come up when asked, "What are you doing?"
Yeah, but I don't talk to people about what I'm looking for.
Well, fair enough.
that's
I
what
will
I
abandon
say.
the rabbit and proceed into the hallway.
okay, right, you move off into the hallway, and you oh yeah, the door will be open. You do see the horse Vector walking back into what is clearly the cockpit, carrying a little tray. And
Well, is the
the-
cockpit an open door with light on the other side?
now it is.
I have been told that this is where destiny comes from.
Yeah, and through this open door, as you're approaching it, if you are, you do hear other snippets. All right, charting a new course. It's taking us through some unknown territory, but it's not too far off. Any idea how much time this is going to add to the trip? A week at most, sir. Yeah, so it's another week they're not going to be happy about, though. And are you going in?
Yeah, she will walk in, having determined that like the hiding is not necessarily part of the issue. It's just the door of destinies. She will kind of walk into the back of it, holding the coffee, pseudo sipping it on occasion, and listen to what's going on. This thing about adding another week is interesting.
And a couple of faces turn to you, and
She'll look over to them and hold up the coffee, going, "Carry on." Just continue to sip.
that brings all conversation to a halt. And the center chair of this bridge spins around, and looks to be a sort of older badge effector, not ancient, but clearly getting on in years. And he squints it and goes, "Miss, you're not supposed to be here."
I brought your coffee.
And then he'll look over at the horse and go, "Joe, I've got your coffee, sir."
Oh, Joe got it. Sorry.
Hey, it's a cup of Joe.
What's this about a week?
We'll be making an announcement shortly. Clarissa, do you want to see her back to the main crew area? And a feline factor sort of gets up from her console and goes, "This way, miss."
But the week is this way.
No, the week will be on the speakers. The captain says, pointing up at the speaker that's in here.
She will continue out as guided.
Yeah.
Still holding the coffee and looking back, going, but the week. I wanted to know about the week.
You'll hear about the week shortly as the door closes.
That's secondhand information.
At this point, it should be noted that Lilu remained in that hallway and noticed this exchange happen.
Okay. All right. So you stayed in the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
You watched the little cog go in there.
I want
Destiny
a
alone.
body perceive check, difficulty 1, just because of the distance.
Okay. Let's see. She's not very good at it. It's a 1, so it's a D8.
2d8s.
2D8. Yeah.
And then you're going to add your body exert score to it, which I think is decent on yours. It's like a 2.
That's 2.
2.
Yeah.
Almost.
Yeah, you really didn't hear much. Distorted voices, distance added a little bit of muffle to it. The doorway was occluding a bit.
Are we walking past her?
But now you do see them coming towards you, yes.
Yeah. She's going to lean over and be like, "There's an extra week." Meanwhile, as we keep walking.
Lilu will also simulate drinking her coffee.
Okay, so two people that really don't drink coffee, both drinking coffee and pretending to, are escorted back to the kitchenette for the rest of the passengers. And the feline infector, she smiles and goes, if you need anything, just she taps the side of the doorway where there is a little comm panel.
I will
And
find
then-
myself a chair.
And then as she walks back down off the corridor, she's going to go, okay, who's telling the passengers they can come back? And door closes.
Lilu is going to follow Paige.
I am
So-
in the cafeteria now, I think, because that's where we're
Yeah.
sat. Yeah. So she will find herself a chair with her different good coffee, and sit down and await the announcement of the week.
And all of you, a few minutes does pass. For you hear over the tunnel an exacerbated voice saying, I'm sorry to tell you this, folks, but our journey is going to be extended by a week. If you check your news feeds, the Progenitus and TTI, that's the words. Progenitus and TTI have decided to have a lovely little open war in right in the middle of one of the major shipping lanes that we're traveling down. So we're going to divert. We don't want to stop. I think that's going to take longer. It sounds like this is going to last a while. Yeah, sorry about that, folks. We'll refund you a little bit of the money at the end of the journey. And then as the transmission cuts out, you can hear that mumble of "damn corporations costing me." And yeah,
I think that's all right. Oh, there's the week. It was Destiny. I wish we could
my
see it, though. What, did you have someplace to be? You're on the slowest ship.
I mean, I'm always on a schedule. Who knows when my next show is going to be?
Do you know?
I mean, does anybody?
Well, I think that would be important to set in your schedule.
Like, you just don't understand how this Destiny thing works.
I just don't. She sips the coffee.
all right. And most of the rest of the day goes through uneventfully. You do see a few passengers actually head towards the front section to lodge complaints in, make a bit of ruckus about it. Do any of you raise up complaints, or are you just going to accept it? It's part and parcel of the journey.
Well, she's not in a particular hurry to get off, since the whole reason she was here
The
was
journey
to look
is
at
a
this
few
stuff.
months, so a week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am going to preemptively send a message to the place I was going to probably start work at that my flight is being delayed.
It takes a good few hours for the message to go out, and then towards the end of the night, you do get a reply. And it's just a confirmation that that's okay. The timeline for you working was a bit loose anyway, simply because of the travel time.
It's just wanted the reply to be like, I'm afraid we're gonna have to open up applications. We had a younger, more qualified.
No, I was actually expecting. Oh, we forgot you were coming. We had a little snow leopard tour, and her mother joined.
They were just so cute that we couldn't turn them down. I'm sorry.
You turn around as soon as you can. I'm sure you can find something.
Punnies have dumb faces. Goodbye.
But yes, that's about it. If any of you do check news feeds, yeah, it does seem like a all-out open war has broken out in an area of space between two fleets, large-scale fleets, in fact. Progenitus and TTI are having it out. A lot of news spectacle over it. Some ships do try to get close to get good footage, but actually get open fire upon from the TTI side. And it's said that the IOPF are waiting to see the situation before they get involved.
Let's let them sort themselves out.
Yeah, basically. Anyone with any common sense knows that we will clean up the mess after it's done.
Surely. Well, she was going to perform very important social experiments, but everybody's distracted right now, so I guess I have to pay attention to this.
I mean,
Pay
it's
attention to
actually
how
better
they
to
react to the
do
news.
fear mongering is a whole nother thing you could be doing. But I guess
it's
it's
true, but that's somebody else's business, you know.
I like to think that there's extensive research already on that, and you just don't feel the need to add to it.
And yeah, the day passes like that, and then the next day passes, and then the next day passes. Back to a bit of excitement from the news, but eventually it all settles back into the same boring ship routine that you've been dealing with for a couple of weeks already. Until halfway through the day, there is an announcement over the tannoy. It's folks, we're picking up a distress signal. We're going to be stopping, checking it out. I mean, we're IRPF contracted, and part of our contract is, well, at least passing on the information. We're not going to risk ourselves, but we need to check it out. So if you hold on tight, I'd appreciate it if you go to your quarters. Lowest qualified for intership boarding. If you come talk to me, I'd appreciate it. Anyone with any skills I think would be handy for rescue if needed. Otherwise, hang tight.
My time has come.
I will answer the DM's call and go report in for internship boarding.
There's a set of skills that are locked away, and I remember right now, and those skills have just now transferred to pay the bills.
Yeah.
Whereas before they were simply idle skills. They have become to pay the bills skills.
As you're walking along, Kirst, you do see the mercenary group that is hired actually sort of starting to prepare themselves. A couple seem to be heading back into the cargo area of the ship, presumably to pick up gear.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna hit whatever lockers they have and pick up most of my gear, except for my weapons, but all the other stuff. I'll pick up my space suit because I have one.
Mm-hmm.
I am picking up my grapple belt, my gauntlet, point shift gauntlet, my.
Okay, so someone has come prepared for the space game.
Yes, and I have a backpack full of various items, including flashlights, perks, and other shit that I have purchased. I have a big list, and I checked my cargo with the backpack. I can carry everything, so I'm packing all that shit, and I'm putting it in my backpack, and I'll go report in. So I'm not grabbing my pistol though. I'm grabbing everything but my pistol.
All right. Lilu, are you also prepping yourself up?
Of course, she's going to
stuff to prep with.
Very little. She's as prepared as I was.
Okay, so
she picks up her armor, her
She
baton.
did have spare cash though, so
yes,
you wanted to like gratis or some stuff. She had like
we'll say that for whatever reason you thought a spacesuit would be handy.
Yeah, it makes sense.
I'm denying you the point shift gauntlet though.
I don't even know what that is, so it's all good.
There we go. And page break.
Her floaty hands can be point shift gauntlets.
Okay, so
she has the thrust gauntlet.
Right.
She doesn't need it. No, she's not completely space immune, but she's cog space.
You've got like 15 minutes or so, right?
I've got 15 minutes, yeah.
Okay, so three of you, along with a few other odd crew people, make your way towards the front of the ship. And in the little passenger kitchen area, what you know as, because you've seen her enough, as the second of command is waiting. She's in fact the one that came out with the coffee.
Paige also has the coffee. It is the same coffee.
You basically have the coffee cup at this point.
No, I never finished drinking it.
You never finished it, and you've kept it safe.
But the liquid may have slightly congealed at this point.
Yeah, it's not quite as fresh or warm as it once was.
Well, it's more of a sludge now because it would probably slightly evaporate over the last bunch of days.
And there's skimming on the top, and
yeah.
She's looking over at the various people next to her who are like grimacing down at her coffee, and without asking anybody, she's going to look down at it and say, "I have determined that time is a factor of the value of this beverage." She'll offer it to somebody who I assume turns it down.
I am very briefly, while we're all getting organized together here and kind of looking through this crowd, because I'm sure I see Lilu and Page Break amongst this. There's an eternal monologue going on with Kiss right now, and it's please not Hufflepuff. Please not
Hufflepuff. Thank you for responding. The second in command says, looking all over, and her gaze does linger on Lilu a bit with a bit of worry or uncertainty. This guys, before we start assigning roles, I'd like to check qualifications. I know you folks, and she gestures at the Merc team. We've got a couple of our own crew going over. What about you, miss? She says that you kissed.
I'm gonna show my identifications and flash my reputation.
Yeah, okay. So she checks your info. It's like, hi, IPF.
Mhm.
Okay, it'd be very nice to have you along. That's useful. Are you aware of rescue and salvage law?
Yep.
Okay,
I actually have lots and lots of training on the various rules. So.
And you actually hear some annoyed grumbling over from the Merc team of the police officer with them. What about you, Miss Break?
You cut out. Was that me?
What about you, Miss Break?
Okay. She will present the psychic baker, which
Okay.
is basically just lumen identification that is contextual.
Okay. Right. Oh, wow. Okay. Marvelous. So you'll be able to help out anyone we find. She says, moving on. And what about you, Miss? What is your second
Lilu.
name?
Just Lilu.
You don't have a second name listed.
Of course not.
Okay. What
Well,
about you,
Lou, I guess.
Lilu?
Lilu. What?
She checks her manifest as if hoping, okay, we have a TTI resident here with no titling or anything, and then she squints at you. What can you do?
I can help. I have a spacesuit.
Okay. She looks down at her manifest worriedly. Have you done spacewalks before?
Now is the time where you lie.
I walked on the
Lilu's-
station.
And
Looks at her friends. Quotation marks.
As you
Yes,
look over
yes, I
at them,
have.
she doesn't believe you, and I'm not even going to make you roll. Okay, if you and you, and she points at you, kissed, you, Paige, and you, Lilu, we're going to have you go across on the umbilical. We're actually docking and linking up.
Hufflepuff!
that is the words echoing in his head right now.
Carson, if you take your team on a spacewalk, if you don't mind, check the exterior. And you see one of the mercs nod, and they seem to be heading off somewhere already.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, standard search and rescue. Check the status of the ship. See if there are any survivors. We've been getting a distress signal, she says, and give me a community perceive, please.
All of us?
All of us, difficulty 1.
Difficulty 1.
Mhm.
Alright. I'm gonna check this really quick because my community perceive is a 2. So that means I'm 1d8 plus 2.
So it's once again the
Nope.
D8s plus the exert, right?
Mm-hmm. Wow.
Nothing special.
Hey, Ninu!
Haha!
You
Well, your
succeeded.
dice are on there, yeah.
So she's the social one.
Okay. So, Lilu, when she mentions distress signal, she seems unconvinced in her own words. She seems unsure about that.
It could be a trap.
Okay, and of course, the same thing. We don't expect any pirates to be off lane out here, but always be aware. Any trouble, get yourselves right back.
Should I pick up my firearm?
Yes, please do.
Alright. Coffee break and sparkle hair. Either of you guys have weapons?
Amelia
I
deploys
consider
her gun.
myself, equipped to handle situations without violence.
You deploy your gun. Were you carrying this gun, or did you have it stored?
It's a pop-up gun, so she's been carrying it.
Okay. The second in command looks very alarmed at that.
As does everybody else in the room.
Yeah.
I mean, at least she's been carrying it since getting the spacesuit. I don't know if she's been carrying it the whole time.
Okay. So you haven't had this suitcase little thing with you.
No, that would be very obvious.
Well, you know the little cool badge gun that was in the original
the little
Judge
badge.
Dredd?
Basically, the little belt buckle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Please make sure you store that away when you return. In fact, make sure you do. If you change your radio frequencies to, she rattles off a frequency.
Oh, 3519, got it.
Yep.
3591. What?
No,
Yep,
3519.
That'll keep you in contact with us. All right, and
No,
then
you're just
the entire
turning
ship.
in a radio station. Stop it.
And from Lidu's toggle, you hear, "I'm not
I without you.
Not inaccurate.
and you feel a slight shudder of the ship as it both as it seems to be contacting something. It's the umbilical reaching out and trying to latch onto the other vessel. And then you hear her radio go off. It's like, we need you back in here. The umbilical's not connecting right. All right. If you do you know where the portside airlock is?
Yeah,
the
I'm
port
familiar
side.
with it. I'll get my pistol on the way.
Yeah, marvelous. Right, I'll be in contact. And she heads back into the cockpit.
Okay. And I look over at the other two from Hufflepuff. And then I'm going to start marching off to the locker so I can get my gun.
Okay. So you're able to get there. It's a little bit of a detour, but not a major one. You're able to get your gun.
Mhm.
And then it's just a short trip to the portside. God, airlock is the word. Man, Addie's brain is really struggling today with
Space
words.
hole.
Yes.
Yes, the space
door.
hole.
And,
I have nothing else to pick up other than my slick looking dress thing and I guess I'll put the coffee cup down. She's gonna put the coffee cup down next to the retriever and say, "I got this from here."
I'm pretty
And then
sure.
she'll-
I'm surprised you're not taking it to the lockers and putting it in one of the stow places. It's valuable. Since we're going to the
Well,
stow.
I've determined that it's lost its value at this point, so its use to me is pretty much done.
Thank you. And yeah, you make your way through the door. There is a crewman at the airlock door waiting for you folks. And he seems to be peering out through the window with a little bit of concern.
She is not tall enough to peer out through the window, so she will ask what is up.
We're having some issues coupling up. Their connectors don't seem to be matching ours.
Lilu would like to take a look out that window.
Okay, go ahead and peer out the window with a body perceived difficulty 2.
So I'm at 1, so...
So you have a D8 and a D6, I believe.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's very hard to see. You can see the basically extending corridor trying to latch onto something, but you can't really make out anything beyond that, apart from the hull of another ship out the window. It's taking up most of the fuel, though. Your ship does seem to be fairly in close to it.
Well, do you want us to go over there and see if we can manually fix it?
You able to? You feel comfortable with EVA stuff?
I mean, I'm fine with it, but I don't know about coffee break and sparkle hair.
Hang on a second. And he pulls out his toggle and goes, Miss, we've got one here volunteering to check out the coupling. What's the plan?
Oh, coffee break is me! No, I'll do it.
We've got 2 here volunteering.
I can't let them go
you
alone.
got there.
And you hear sort of over from the microphone that's up to his ear. There's all right, yeah, okay. So check out their couplings if they're damaged. There's a few latches on the inside. Get the flexible seal pressed up against the hole and magnetize it. Okay.
Got it.
And he opens up the interior airlock door for you.
All right, I'll pull my
She'll
helmet
walk
down.
inside.
Lilu also
Sure.
walks inside.
We'll lean over to Kist and say, "You'll have to help me. I've heard that nicknames both are used for endearment and disparagement. Is this the first or the second?"
I'm going to slowly look down at page break and then go, and you're how old?
Well, I'm just, that's not relevant.
Miss, I know cogs are a little better at it than us, but are you going to be okay?
Provided I'm not out for too long. I mean, we're just digitizing the thing, right?
Yeah. Okay. Oh boy, please don't die. And he says as he closes the interior door.
she waves her hand and goes like, it wouldn't be the first time.
And then you hear over the comm panel that's inside the airlock. If you could all check each other's suits, those that have them.
Yep.
I usually charge.
I
for
will check Lilu's suit for her.
Lilu will do the best she can to check Kiss.
Okay, you feel hands like sort of patting over your suit, Kiss. You don't feel confident.
I am not pleased. So,
But hopefully you're confident in your own suiting up.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about my own, but yeah.
Right, we good to go?
Mhm. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
And there is that sound of the airlock depressurizing.
As it depressurizes, I go shooting at the back as though propelled by air that isn't there. It's a moment of very startledness. Just whoop. Like, oh god! There's a scream from the inside.
I'm going to point at my toggle that's hooked on my wrist at the frequencies and tap my helmet and go, Lilu, can you hear me?
There's music playing.
Okay. And then I just look at the cog soon and just assume that I don't even know if she has a radio frequency.
She can hear you. She says, I can hear you. That was a joke. Was it startling?
Now, can you actually make the sound in a vacuum?
Yeah, it's the same as the wireless interface.
You've got an
thing.
internal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, see, my character wasn't sure if you could.
mouth out of habit.
Yeah.
More or less. Well, she doesn't because they're used to communicating that way.
Okay. Okay. All right. So yeah, you get a confirmation and some music, but
Yeah. You're all out of love.
you probably
I'm
didn't
so
expect
lost
much more.
without you.
And all right, and then the exterior airlock door is opened.
I will see if I can determine the source of the problem.
Okay. You've got point shift gauntlet or the equivalent.
Yeah,
right?
essentially.
Yeah. As do you kissed. Lilu, you're going to have to handhold and shove off of things.
She will do just that.
Right.
I will make sure that Lilu doesn't. I won't go ahead of her. I'm making sure.
Okay, so you're going to stay behind her and make sure she's safe?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have way too much IRPF experience to ignore somebody like that. So.
Yep. Lilu, you give me a body athletics difficulty 2.
Body athletics?
Body exert athletics, yes.
Okay, so this is the first time I've done that kind of roll. So I've got 2 in body exert.
Yep, so you're at 2d8.
Okay.
Then you plus your athletics on top of that.
All right, 4.
And I think you've got a boon in athletics. So if you...
She has that walls or floor, and she does have the boon.
Yeah, the walls or floors won't do anything, but
Okay, but the boon is there. What does that mean?
it just means that if you roll a 1, you can re-roll it with a 1 focus instead of 2.
Cool.
It also means you can flavor your success.
Okay. So, Kiss, you keep an eye on Lilu, but she seems to be getting herself along this umbilical fairly decently, going hand to hand, pulling herself along. It's reaching out about 15 meters or so. It's wide enough that, say, 2 people could walk side by side comfortably if there were gravity. This seems to have faltered the moment you got off the ship. But you float your way along, and as you reach the other end, there is an agreement between most of the corps that you use the same mechanisms for your docking. Otherwise, space becomes really complicated. A few times companies have tried to do proprietary stuff, thinking that they have some fancy new system. It's failed because it just doesn't work with anybody else's. However, the connectors here just seem to be an entirely different arrangement on this other ship. And they are not linking up at all. There doesn't seem to be a mechanical malfunction, just a sheer incompatibility.
This is something that you think we can fix in some way? Like, can something be rigged up, maybe, to make it at least semi-usable?
Essentially, the rigging up would be what was suggested to begin with. There is a sort of flexible section on the end of this connector that you will basically just press up against the hole and magnetize it to hold in place. It's if doors don't work, the connectors are busted, or you're trying to connect up to a breach.
Okay.
It's a little less secure, but it works. Okay. All right. So you're gonna try and do that?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me a body exert and engineering roll, please.
Okay.
Difficulty 1. It's a fairly simple procedure.
She's going to get over there and stretch her arms out and grab the two of them and try to get them together.
It's a bit of a two-person job, though, if you want to do this fast, because there's multiple stuff to do. So
well, I'll wait for other people to help if I can't reach them.
Yeah.
Because I am pretty petite.
Kist or Lilu, any of you decent engineering?
Engineering, no, but I'm decent body, I guess. But do you have any
That'd
engineering,
probably
Lilu?
help.
No engineering.
Okay,
My engineering's pretty good.
So Kist, you're probably the best bet for the body.
All right. Kiss the
Right,
body.
so same
Difficulty
for
1?
you as well. Yeah, difficulty 1.
Okay. So it is...
I got
Yeah.
one.
Oh, no, I don't get mine.
Okay, so
you know what? I'll spend 2 of my focus because I have a ton. So there we go.
Okay.
Nice.
Right, so yeah, the both of you work at these little joins. You get it pressed up against the hole. It seems to stick briefly, but it's obviously not holding it there. But with a couple of taps on a keypad on either side, suddenly you hear the as more of this sort of rubber ring pulls itself suddenly against the hull of this other ship and creates a firm seal. And then you hear over your mics, you guys got it?
Roger Dodger, we got it. I think this feels nice and tight now.
Right, gonna try and pressurize the corridor, okay?
Alright.
Hold tight. This takes a little longer, but gradually you can actually hear that sound of air being pumped into here. Yeah. And thankfully, this seal does hold tight. There is no leak. And soon enough, you get the AOK from the dude that, yep, you got air. Recommend you keep your helmets on. I don't know about the other side of that door.
Alright.
Now, here's the question. If this extended off the exterior airlock in a tube, can we actually get to the exterior airlock anymore?
You did this from inside.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I am going to go over to the door and kind of poke my head at the window.
Okay, you're looking through the airlock door of the ship, basically.
Yes, of the ship we're doing.
Okay, it's the glass seems to be a bit frosted over, but you can see through a bit. So give me a body perceived difficulty 2.
Okay.
Okay, so you're struggling a bit to see, but you flash. I imagine you got helmet lights on these spacesuits because that seems to be the vogue of sci-fi these days.
Indeed.
I do also have a flashlight, which I could have had.
So you crane your head, you press the sort of front of your visor up against this to get a better look, and you can see what looks like to be a huddled form in the airlock.
We got maybe one person, not sure if alive or dead.
No movement.
I tap on the glass, knowing that that's not going to probably help.
You tap on the glass, and you do see actually their arms, they're sort of huddled down, and their arms seem to clutch around the head more.
Huh. Nope, alive.
All right, double checking pressure. You should be good to open the door.
Okay. I'm gonna cycle it if I can. Or is it gonna...
Okay, so you see a keypad, and it's got the usual array of keys and such on it, but the glow of its interface seems to be dimmed.
If this guy says save yourself from hell,
Well,
I'm leaving.
Luckily enough, I can open up my backpack and pull out a PPC.
Nice. Okay.
That was heavy, by the way.
PPCs, they're basically just little plug-in things, right, Sri?
Yeah, you kind of jack it in and...
Yeah. So you go to put the PPC into this, and it's, where do I put this in? You might actually have to open up this panel
I don't have
because
tools.
there is no interface port. For
This is an Apple ship.
Hey,
It's one single button.
coffee break. You got any tools? What about you, Sparkle Hair?
What are you trying to do?
I'm gonna hold up the PPC and I'm gonna point at the thing. It needs power.
Oh, does it look like there's anything like a place that can be used to kind of crowbar the panel open?
If you had a crowbar, yeah, there's
I
that
do.
sort of there's that little sort of ridge where you can tell it's fixed on.
Okay. She will attempt to crowbar the panel using her hand.
Using your hand?
The hand point manipulators are a set of tools.
Okay, so give me a body exert engineering difficulty 2.
Can I shove the hand in place and then have Kist push it like a lever? Because
yes,
she's going to be way
certainly.
stronger than me. So she will shove the hand in place and just be like, shove on that.
Your engineering,
Now,
your engineering's better than me, though.
But this cooperative one, I am going to let her use the engineering because she's picking the spot and use your body exert.
Oh, nice. Add +4 to your roll. So.
All right. So what am I rolling? Difficulty?
Body exert.
No,
Oh yeah.
Difficulty.
Oh, difficulty 2.
No,
Nice.
not great.
Yeah.
What? Your hand is stop. Why does it keep trying to grab me?
That's the other hand.
Oh wait, that's it. That's +4. So yeah.
It's +4.
plus
Yeah,
four.
it's still
still
a 10.
10. That's still a miss.
Yeah, it's still a miss. So you're pushing on it, and you can hear a faint creaking, but it's not budging.
Come on, put some effort into it.
Don't touch me there.
do you have focus? Because I actually don't.
I do have actually focus, so I can. But
you can use it on this, or you can try and find another avenue.
Hold on, let me have a look at this thing. Lulu walks over, rubbing your hands together.
I'm gonna leave my hand there just because I wasn't told to move it. So
Okay. Lilu is taking charge, it seems, Kiss.
I don't want to actually use up all my focus and readiness.
Fair enough.
So,
okay.
Yep.
Give me a body exert difficulty 2 and +4 from the engineering.
She has a body exert of 2, so.
Ali, using the system in ways it's not supposed to work.
So that's I roll it at 2d8. Plus the engineering, which is 4.
Goddamn.
So she seems to be having exactly the same amount of trouble as you, Kiss.
Well, I feel like I'm doing my part of this. She says enough.
Lulu is going to pull out her baton.
Okay. Yep. Sure. Tell me, if the cog's hand is damaged, does that count against the cog's?
It actually can't be damaged. That's the whole thing with the hard point gauntlets is that they're essentially indestructible, especially with the upgrade that I have on them.
Okay, so you pull out your baton.
And she's gonna smash the console.
Okay.
Well, I could have done that.
Smashing the console. Okay.
No.
Just give me a straight out damage roll, please.
Okay. How do?
So it's not on the one that I put in roll 20, but look at your spreadsheet one. The damage for that weapon should be listed in the damage thing.
Sorry, but guys, I have to AFK briefly. Doggy's going.
Oh, turns out I do have LibreOffice installed, so I can read this.
You've just got a baton, though, right? I've got the cards right here. Let me just track it down.
Weapons and armor. Where the heck is that? I don't even know where the baton is.
In that one, it'll be in the weapons and armor tab on the bottom.
Yeah, but none of these are the actual gear that she has.
Well, hang on. Here's the baton card. So are you swinging with 2 hands?
Oh yeah.
You get a 3d10, and then your base attack damage for this, I think, is 10 points on your character. So 3d10 plus 10.
All right. Roll 3d10 plus 10. That's all I have to roll, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
30
Okay.
of the points.
Yes. So, yeah, you bash this panel and it dents and seems to crumple a bit in. The screen fritzes a bit, and you see a crack run along it. But you now have way more of a grip point on this panel. One of the corners is sort of bent out.
I will wedge into that.
Okay, you went into that.
Lilu will help you.
Okay, right. So whoever is pulling on this wedge bit, go ahead and make a difficulty 0 check.
Oh, so that be
plus engineering.
all right. So that's 2d10 since we're doing it together.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 4. Let's try that.
Oh, if you can't pass that, you just don't deserve it.
Yeah. This is,
Do you have any focus?
I guess I have 1.
That wouldn't be good for this because
No, I mean that'll that would pass it.
Lilu only has 1 focus though.
Yeah.
I'm saying that's why this wouldn't be good for this. I'm just face palming a little bit and going, okay, let me give it one last try.
Wait. I also have an ability. If I roll a critical failure, I can roll a d10.
That's not a critical failure.
It has to be both ones, doesn't it?
Well, so that copy paste was from earlier rules text. It is just a failure, but I wouldn't use it on this.
Okay.
We're not
use it once.
Yeah.
Let me try because you said it's difficulty 0 now, so that means I get a d12 plus a d10.
Yeah.
Plus 4 because I'm.
Come on, Sam.
Toxic.
Come on.
Why? All right, let's call. All right, we're gonna do the appropriate thing. I'm gonna calm over. Hey, the control panel over here is pretty messed up for the airlock. We can't get the person out. That doesn't have power running through it, and we can't get.
It appears to have been damaged from space debris.
I check around the doorway's edges. See if there's a mechanical override of some sort.
All right.
She'll pull her hand out. It was going to be the mechanical override. Been a mechanical override before.
I have a question.
Yes.
Is there a handle on the door?
There is not a handle on. There's like 2 bits you could grip, but they are just solid bars recessed into the door.
No handle.
Maybe there's a button on the back of them. We should check just so that we're not dumb.
All right, so I'm gonna look for the mechanical override.
Okay, give me a. All of you give me a body perceived difficulty 1.
That's always plus the exert, right?
Everyone always, Everyone always refuses Ellie her mechanical overrides on airlock doors. She loves them.
They're kind of a thing.
Yeah. Kist, you look around and you on basically the opposite side of the mechanical panel, the electric panel rather. Does seem to be a panel on the metalworker ship that does seem that it's supposed to be removed. There is a sort of slight dip in the lip at the top of it.
Can I eye it and say nothing? Because I don't believe in mechanical override. No, I'm checking. I'm gonna go over there. I'll go over there and pull the panel back.
The panel pops off. It feels like it was held on with very, very hefty mechanical seals, and you do have to yank a bit, but it comes off, and there does seem to be a sort of pumping lever there.
I'm gonna sit there holding the panel for a minute and go, I could use this to pry
the bottom door.
Oh wait, there's a thing in here I could probably
I want that idea.
I feel bad because I actually did that in a VR game. And fucking, I expect you to die, the basically escape room simulator. I was fucking trying to get this door open with a lever that I pulled off of something that actually exposed the button to open the door.
Alright, so I'll see what I can do here. Is it just a simple
just
pull
looks like a sort of pump up and down handle.
Alright, I'll pump it.
Right, you pump it, and you hear what sounds like sort of pressurized groaning from the door.
Pumping it harder. My arm's gonna give out.
Yep, you're pumping it.
Pumping it.
Yep, you're pumping it.
Pumping it.
Pumping it.
Pumping it.
This one's less efficient than the one from the Nostromo that
Uh,
apparently powers an entire room with 3 pumps.
And suddenly, you hear a little power up, and you see that panel sparking a bit. And then you hear the door go sort of as if like it's trying to release itself. And you get the feeling that those handles may be on the door for a reason.
Hey, Sparkles, pull on the handles.
Am I Sparkles?
No, I'm Sparkles.
Oh, well, pull on the handles, Sparkles. Come on.
All right. She's
All right.
going to pull on those handles.
You grip the handle. You're trying to grip both doors or just one?
Is there a split in the door in the middle?
There's a split in the door in the middle, and basically the handles are both towards a split, but on either door.
Okay. She is going to get both and attempt to push them away from one another.
Okay, so you grip them, and you basically try to pull, right? And you can feel a little bit of budging, but this is very awkward. Trying to pull your arms outwards like that, it's very hard. Give me a strength, body exert check, plus athletics.
What difficulty?
Difficulty 3.
Ooh. So that's
Because
D8.
you're trying to do this in the most arse awkward way.
Because I've got 2, so this would be a D8 plus D6?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Plus the athletics.
Okay. So yeah, it's creaking and budging and that sort of like slight centimeter of movement, and you can
for
tell
the
this is
love
just
of-
because of the way you're trying to do it.
For the love of the stars, here, let me do it.
I almost got it.
You're gonna grab one kid.
It's working!
No, you know what? Fuck it. I'm doing it the way she did it.
Oh god. Okay. Same check, please. Difficulty 3.
Difficulty 3. All right.
Body exert, athletics.
Guess what? I'm really high on that. Fuck you.
Fuck yeah. So, in a rather impressive display, you see Kiss grip both of these handles and slowly start to spread her arms out, pulling these doors apart.
I have
Basically,
honed for athletics and stealth.
They're pressurized and ready for they're sort of pneumatic holding, sort of released a bit by the pumping of that handle, and you're able to slide them apart.
There, see, that's not so hard.
So, Paige is just going to look up at you and then look at her hand and going, so you could pull those giant doors apart, but you couldn't wedge a panel off the wall? It's a shame. Oh, he started looking at the first.
Right. And as you pull the doors
I
apart,
pushed the panel off the wall just fine. It's the
you
freaking...
suddenly hear screaming.
Ah!
No, please, no!
She'll stop moving.
Don't worry, we got the door open.
And this person is basically trying to huddle themselves back into a corner in this airlock.
Hey,
We come in peace.
search and rescue. We got your distress beacon. Or something.
Rescue?
Yeah, rescue.
Yes.
All right. Can we get you across the umbilical here? We're gonna get you back to safety.
And slowly this person sort of like slowly lifts their heads up and seems to be oh fuck. Man, trying to pick vector species is always interesting. Seems to be a young Seems to be a young owl vector.
Oh.
Which you've never really seen before.
Some sort of bird vector.
It's a bird of some sort. Big big wide eyes.
Does it actually look like a young owl? Because we all run away screaming.
It looks like an owl furry in the way we think of it. It does not look like a horrifying murder.
Baby owls are terrifying.
All I can think of is it looks like a putu.
It looks like it's probably 18 or so. This little bird vector, yeah.
All right, let's get you across. We got one about 18 looking. Are you hurt anywhere? Do you need medical attention?
No, I'm okay.
All right.
I'm okay.
All right, let's get you back over to the other ship. What can you tell us about what happened over there?
Not much. I was in cryo. Then suddenly it was released, and there were alarms blaring and people screaming, and
It?
the cryopods.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right, well, let's get you across. All
Are
right,
there more survivors inside?
I'm going to
I don't know.
take them by the arm and point shift gauntlet them across as we talk, because I want to get them to the other airlock as quickly as possible.
Okay.
I will peek inside.
Right, so I guess you carry this effector back across where they are put into the other airlock, which is repressurizing the day in. You, meanwhile, Paige, are looking into basically you step into the airlock of this other ship. It's a little mucky in here. Looks like he's been in here a few days.
Ew.
Yeah, not pleasant. But the interior airlock door is bowed in towards the airlock a little bit. Seems to be in a few spots.
She will go run across her hand and see if she could determine roughly what it would take to damage this thing.
So you run your hand across these sort of bumps out towards you on this airlock door, and you push against them, and there is not even the slightest hint of a budge. And tapping on the metal, it would take some real heavy equipment to do this.
Dude is
Lilu
gone now,
is
though,
going
right?
Yes, Kiss has led him across.
Yeah, okay. She'll radio back to Kist and say, something attacked this door from the other side with considerable strength.
Yeah, something's got to have set everything off. Maybe heavy machinery, some sort of attack. This kid doesn't seem like they know much, so gotta make sure they get through to medical. Do they want us to go through that airlock still? Will it damage? Will it release a lot of air into the station?
You see the dude on the other side of your own airlock, who is currently seeing the dude taken off by a couple of crew members, presumably to medical. He reaches up to his own mic and goes, "Can you check are there any pressure readings on that airlock? Can you see what the interior of the ship's like?"
I will look to see.
Thanks to the pumping, there is a little glimmer of power in this airlock, and you do see reading that the ship is pressurized. It would be safe to open.
Seems to be safe.
All right. Hold tight. Let me get over there. We'll go as a group. And I'll thumbs up the one guy as I go gliding back.
He gives you a thumbs up, and you move back on over, and basically into the airlock you just opened up. Looks like this with now a little bit of power in here, you could probably just key this one.
Okay.
And with a couple of button presses, it does give you the option of overriding the typical airlock cycle, just to really sit directly into the bridge, or you could try and close the exterior door as well.
We don't know yet if there's a contaminant of some kind, so yeah, let's close it off.
We also don't know if there's other living people in there, and we don't want to kill them, so...
No, we're at equal pressure to the airlock on the other side. It wouldn't depressurize, but it would let anything in the air out.
Oh, see, I wasn't sure if it would, might suck some air out. So let's just... But either way, let's close it up. So we'll close it up behind us.
So you close the door behind you and let it run through its normal cycle, which is very quick as you're already pressurized. And the interior door starts to open, and it gets stuck about midway because of the divots. There's enough room for you to go through one by one, but the doors are jammed, essentially.
Okay.
I am petite, so I will walk through. And
is anyone else as terrified as I am right now?
Are you terrified? She looks around interested.
I'm going to go ahead of Lilu. Just keep an eye behind us as we go.
Big dents in the door.
Yeah, that's
from
normal.
that side.
That's fine.
So inside is pretty goddamn dark. There is a faint green glow of the basically the control panels on the airlock casting some light inside of it, and the light from your own helmet's casting about. But you are basically in torch vision right now.
All right, I'm flashlight out, and I'm looking around. Do you have your own flashlight, Lilu? Or
I've got
hair?
my headset lights. She flips those on, and a laser light show begins.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Suddenly, this room is alight with basically various little beams of light being cast about in various strobing fashions.
So it's like all of a sudden, and of
Yeah.
course, automatically the music has to start playing. So
Yeah.
Well, it's never stopped.
Yeah.
Right now, the music is as these beams of light are cast about, and they flash over certain things. You can see lockers that contain spacesuits in them, and obviously the airlock doors here. You can figure out this is a gearing up room for space excursions.
Mm-hmm.
They pass over that. You can see a couple of other doors on either side of the room, and a figure by one of these doors that a beam of light passes over very quickly. Seems to be motionless, and then it's darkness again until another beam of light.
I'm gonna flash my flashlight on it.
Okay. What you see seems to be a mechanical body. It's very big. It's very bulky. There isn't much plating covering the inner workings of it, but it's a bit taller than the most cogs you know, and it seems to just be sort of slouched over.
Yeah, that might
Can I determine if this thing was sufficient to damage the door?
If you want to go over and inspect it.
She's going to point over to it and go, I'm going to go visit our friend over here. Can you keep some light on it?
Sure.
Yes, Lilu is going to attempt to dance to keep the strobing lights in a relatively stable position.
That's
Very
highly
helpful.
inefficient.
My internal monologue. Hufflepuff.
If I happen to see a flashlight on the way in this gearing up room, I might grab that, by the way.
You'd have to do a search for it.
Let me do that then.
I'll keep my flashlight on it for you, though, while you head over.
She'll go over and have a look at the machine.
Okay. Give me a body perceive. Actually, mind perceive engineering.
Difficulty?
Difficulty 2. Okay. So you basically start taking a look at the mechanical components of this thing, and you see all of the pistons and such, the sort of reinforced plating it has on its fists and elsewhere on its body. You do, in fact, find a built-in weapon of some sort as well, what looks to be a gun in one of its arms.
So this looks like it was some kind of combat robot.
And it does seem entirely sufficient to do those dentings. In fact, you can see some sort of fake scratches and such on its fists.
I would advise distance from this unit. I think it is, in fact, a combat robot.
Is it down?
She'll kick its leg.
Conk.
Yes. Or a very good liar.
I do not feel like that was sufficient checking, but...
Actually, with that roll, you also do see some corporation markings on it as well. It seems to be from a corporation called...
if you say Wayland Yutani...
Shit, I've lost it.
Well, it is a two-name thing, but we don't recall what it was.
So when you say that, you mean...
It is from a company called... Oh, shit.
Oh, shit.
That's a bad name for a company.
Oh, shit. I don't think my notepad saved. Let me make something up real quick.
No.
I that's what you meant by that, right?
Wow. Wow.
Wowland Yetney.
It's from a company called Beyond Reach.
Do I know anything about these people?
You've never heard of them yourselves.
It appears to be by a company called Beyond Reach that doesn't use standard airlocks.
Yeah. Well,
I think I've heard of them before.
I call you on that. she says at the dancing thing, trying to keep the laser lights toward the thing.
I think they represented a boy band or something.
I am going to see if there is a primary power unit that can be decoupled to ensure that this is not going to wake up somewhere.
Okay, with that search, yes, there is. However, it seems to be very securely bolted within the chassis. And seems to require some tools or another to remove it.
Well, we can try to wedge it again, but it's probably pretty strong.
Let's not mess with it. I mean, there's some salvage rules we have to obey right now, and we don't need to be playing with that toy.
Is there anything in the broom that can be used to kind of quickly encumber it while it's docile? Like, can I shove a bar through its leg pistons or something so if it wakes up, it's gonna have an issue?
You could probably easily break some of the handles off of the lockers and do that. You could try and cover it with some spacesuits.
Let's encumber it in some way if we can. I'll just find some things to stick in its gears and.
I'm going to call over the radio.
In fact,
we've made contact with a large war robot that seems to be a very, very big combat drone. It does not seem to be activated, but it did seem like it may have damaged the airlock. Other team may be advised in case of active drones.
Okay, confirmed. We'll inform the mercenary team. Just a heads up, they've seen markings on the hull. Seem to be on a vessel called the Boundless Reach.
Markings we have on the drone, something about Boundless Reach Corporation.
Beyond Reach.
Beyond Reach.
Beyond Reach, I'm sorry. That was actually in character that I was having her purposely
Sounds
get that
like
wrong.
Sounds like a
Lilu
corp with
did
a
cut
theme
in.
then. Okay, continue to sweep for the ship. Try and find power if you can. They're having trouble getting themselves in.
Alright.
Seems like the opposite airlock door is real busted.
Alright, we'll get a check. Coffee break, sparkle hair. Let's go see if we can get these get the power online, see what happened here.
I bet they couldn't figure out the pumping thing.
Yeah, I bet they couldn't either.
Coffee
So you team at the upper door just going, how does it work?
If only they
We've
had...
shoved 3 hands into it trying to pry it open and nothing's happened.
We even used the emergency panel of metal to try and pry it open.
I am going to reluctantly offer Coffee Break my flashlight.
Well, hang on. I can search now to see if there was one in here. So.
Do you want to search with the flashlight?
Sure.
So you take Kiss the flashlight and give me a body perceived difficulty 1.
Right.
So you're trying to look through various compartments, such as like, okay, spacesuit gloves, spacesuit helmet, spacesuit boots.
Gloves.
Yeah, this is a spacesuit holder, definitely. Oh, candy bar.
No
crap.
coffee.
No flashlight.
I will take out my set of optics,
Mhm.
and I will keep them on hand right now because I will use them to help me look around since they have night vision. I just have to make sure that Lilu's not doing a light show.
Hang on a second. I rolled the wrong dice for that.
You did? Okay.
Yeah,
Give me a reroll then.
It didn't help, but
Hey, you're terrible.
Yep.
You find an extra candy bar. Okay, so you got your optics.
I got my optics out so I can put those up and use them to look around with night vision.
Yeah.
And
I like to imagine them on top in front of your bubble helmet.
Right, so basically you've come into this room through the airlock.
Not the best.
There's the spacesuits directly ahead of you. To your right is a wall with a door, and to your left is a wall with a door.
Do any of these doors appear damaged like the previous door?
No, they don't seem to be.
do any of these doors have a light beyond them as though destiny may await?
This is also an important question.
No lights that you can see.
Well, we should probably continue forward so we don't end up getting turned around and lost.
Unfortunately, forward is directly into the spacesuit holding wall.
Then we should continue through a door.
Yes. Okay. Right or left?
Does anyone have a coin?
Good. We can use that to buy the coffee. I'll go through the left door.
Okay. Yeah, Kiss, you see the little cog heading towards the left door from where you came in. The door, while unpowered, does not seem to be as nearly securely shut as the airlock door, and in fact could probably just be gripped and shoved open.
She will do that thing. I have objectively determined that this door is the fastest way to avoid thinking about which door to go through.
Okay, she says as she basically pries this door open, and it does slide into its recess pretty easily.
You see me get liquefied. She'll peek inside.
What you peek into seems to be another fairly large room, but instead of there's another door directly across from you, but also to your right now, deeper into the ship from the hull, just seems to be just a open archway with a long corridor. You can't see too far down it from your position, but it exists.
She'll look back over toward the others. At what point do we start calling for survivors?
We should be doing that the whole time, actually.
I didn't know if we were worried about spooking giant war robots.
Well, we need to know about those as well.
We need to balance the two objectives.
She
just cry out
nods
a little
understandably.
bit.
Hello, survivors? And if you are in fact a giant war robot, do not respond.
No, we'd like to know about them.
Oh, differentiate your status.
The vessel creaks in response, and
Shit,
there's no other noise.
Is the robot, in fact, a giant spaceship?
Yes.
That could be good.
And there's a few moments of silence as you wait for a reply, and then the sudden of your radios going off. B team, just to let you know, A team has managed to get into the ship.
Okay. Also, we do not like to be identified as B team. Thank you.
Okay, B team, understood.
We need a team name.
Shut up, Hufflepuff.
How about the A team?
We have A team and the A team.
The A team, yes. One of them is capitalized, the other is you.
Alright,
A team is going to move to secure the bridge. If you could head towards engineering. Of course, keep a lookout for life.
Got it.
Are we going in the direction of engineering now?
Also, A team informs us the cockpit of the ship is aligned to your left, which means probably, if this follows any logical fashion, engineering is probably further back.
Oh. And she's like half listening as she's shuffling through her bag, and she's like, "Yeah, figure everything's around a goddamn ship like this." And then she's gonna pull out a device, slap it down on the ground, punch it in a few buttons, and release her map mites.
Nice.
Okay.
I was gonna do that earlier, but I had the Terminix guy at my door. That's why I've been muted for a little bit.
That is a sensible buy.
Yeah, so I have a one-use version of the map mites, but I'm unleashing that.
Useless buy, Sam. Damn it.
I'm like, releasing a set of map mites. I'll forward on any info I get.
You hear screaming from A team. Oh God, bugs!
Very good, B team. Yep, send through the mapping as soon as you get it.
We like to be called Team Coffee. Thank you.
Team Coffee, understood. And yeah, you wait for a bit as the map might start to journey outwards.
There's that moment of silence as the map mites are going. After it goes on for a second, she'll lean over to Lilu and say, "It's because I found the coffee."
Sure,
and then...
but this is a 1-inch wide rolling drawings, actually long walls. Okay, so this can build a map over time essentially. It's spreading out.
It's very much the one.
It's not immediate, but it'll let us. It'll check stuff ahead of us basically.
Okay, so you see them head basically into this room, and seeing no other points to go through, one stops at the door and uses certain technologies to get a reading through it before they all start to move down this corridor. And you start to see on your toggle, which I imagine this is linked up to.
Yeah.
A map starts to form. There's a room behind that closed door that seems to have more lockers in it. There's that fake shaping of metallic boxes. And then as they spread out, you start to get a network of corridors.
Is it possible for me to pipe in this map that I'm creating back to the people outside?
I would like a operate check on that.
Right.
To make it fairly easy, difficulty 1, but mind exert operate.
Mind exert, operate. Alright, I can do that. That is actually within my purview. Alright, so my mind is a 3. And
I'll start for a few seconds again. Sorry about this.
my operate is a dat.
Look at you being all competent and stuff.
Look at me packing all this extra gear, right?
I mean, it is worth noting that in the sci-fi game, the gear purchasing was fairly important, and neither of us really got to do it.
I like to imagine that Lilu is still homeless.
I have a boon, so let's hope. Yay.
Nice.
Yeah.
By the way, I can operate really well. I'm sad
Very
because
good.
it's probably
Very
not going to
good.
be a check that comes up very often.
Well, maybe. Presumably, we're gonna have to get something in the ship to work.
Well, you know what I spent my money on, other than my dog being angry?
I gave Finn a carrot to sate him.
I spent most of my money on skills and weird shit.
So you got 15.
Yep, 15. So,
Yeah, you are able to pipe this through both. You pipe it through to the ship, who then relays it.
yeah, I'm just gonna pipe it to them and be like, piping through the map, mate, so you guys can keep appraised.
Okay, I got that. Alright, thank you, coffee team. And
The username.
you start to basically get a larger map forming. Do you want to continue on, or do you want to wait for a bit? For it to,
I will look at the other two and go, well, if we continue on without waiting, we're down to luck. I'm gonna just slowly turn over at Sparkle Hair. You seem to have the best luck. Where do you want to go?
I want to go that way. She points in a vague direction.
All right.
Okay. Roll
She's
me a
very
D100.
non-committal.
Roll me a D100, Miss Math.
Yep, makes sense.
Hey, sweet. Can HSD get a luck stat?
I think you just got it.
Okay, so you basically start walking down this corridor and then take a right. Kist, do you want most of these drones to continue the way you're going, or do you want them just spread out evenly for the ship?
I want them to spread out evenly through the ship.
Okay, right. So you see imaging is being built off behind you as well, more towards where the Merc team's objective is. But you do start journeying down, and you're getting rooms pop up on this mapping as well. Based on the logic of other ships you've been on, you can sort of vaguely guess what purposes are. This small room is likely quarters. This might be a med bay based on the weird sort of tabling imaging you're getting, and that sort of stuff. And as you're walking along, are you keeping an eye out as well, or are you just paying attention to the map?
I'm paying attention with everything going on.
Okay,
Yep.
you're paying attention to the map.
No, I'm paying.
Lilu...
I was paying attention to. Well, I'll pay attention to the map because I'm.
You meant you wanted to pay attention to your surroundings, rather.
Yeah, because I figured
Okay.
that I'll glance at the map occasionally, but
All of you give me a body perceived difficulty 1.
I can't imagine that the map is going to tell me anything that's going to be too amazing.
Okay. Kist. Right. So Kist.
Wait.
Oh.
That's wrong again. There we go. Still not good.
Nice. So Kist. As you're going about, you're sort of swapping between your map and the optics when your teammates' flashlights aren't somewhere you want to be looking. You know.
Yeah.
You check ahead in this corridor, and there does actually seem to be some signage up ahead.
Oh, there's some words up here.
Yeah, and it's a
Either-
nice fonting.
Either of you speak Times New Roman?
Yeah. However, spelt a little weird.
Hmm.
The you can figure out what the words are pretty easily, but they're missing certain letters or too many letters, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Trash. Basura.
But you can see this way. There's an arrow that points the path towards engineering. It's probably not the direct path, but gives you the vague direction.
I
You
think
can see
it's like
med
an
bay.
N and jeering.
It's actually spelt like this, which is very unusual for.
Oh, I've never seen it spelled that way.
It's like
Peculiar.
this is one too many E's.
Huh.
It's like,
Weird.
sometimes you see it spelled with a Y instead of an I, but this is very weird. Yeah, but that's that way. You see another direction off in Medbay. You see Cryo. You see Armory.
I feel like that was a gentle poke at something.
Oh, that's not a poke at all.
It's a clue.
It's a cool summer. She will proceed in that general direction, having not really noticed anything else of note.
Which one?
Toward the sign indicating the engineering.
Okay, so Kist Page is starting to walk off along the lines of the engineering guideline, and if you'd like to give me a, let's see, a mind exert logic based on your mapping, and now knowing where engineering is.
Okay.
Difficulty 1 because of the help of the maps.
For some reason, the game unlaunched. Hang on.
Yeah, roll that for me, Kist. Difficulty 1, mind exert logic.
Okay.
Is she doing it or am I doing it?
She's doing it.
Okay.
She has the mapping map.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You can sort of figure out just by sheer logic of how ships should be laid out, where your map might roll into. You know which path is the engineering path based on the sign.
Okay. That way.
Yeah. And
Good job,
you hear
Sparkle Hair.
behind, you hear behind you, Paige Kiss directing in vaguely the direction of walking, and she can tell you take that corner. Okay, down this corridor.
Mm-hmm.
All of you give me a body perceive difficulty 2.
2. That's a whole can of things I didn't want.
Blur flip.
Okay.
Oh,
Man, I cannot roll above a 2.
Oh, wait. That's not what I'm supposed to roll. That should be a 1d6 plus d8 plus 2. Yeah. There we go. That's more realistic.
So the robot and the orca sort of walking on blissfully at your direction, Kiss. But you check around with the optics briefly, and you quickly pan over a spot you just looked at. A wall seems to have a large smear of red liquid up it.
I'm going to hold my hand up for them to stop, assuming that they will notice, but then realize I need to vocalize it about a half second later. And
We were in front of you.
Oh. I didn't know where we were in the marching order because I thought Lulu was behind me because she was scared earlier.
Lulu might have been, but Paige believes herself duplicated on another planet, so she's just walking forward.
Yeah, so Kiss is gonna go stop.
What?
Blood. I think that's blood.
She will turn and step over to it to determine whether or not it is in
Flash your
fact blood.
flashlight over there.
She flashes said flashlight.
It does seem to be fairly viscous. Seems to be a bit dried.
Whatever life form lost all this probably isn't particularly comfortable anymore.
Maybe it's pasta sauce.
Denied.
I'm gonna go over and check the areas or anything else other than just big spray of blood on the wall.
Okay, with your roll, yeah, you see this big spray of blood. There does seem to be, unfortunately, on the wall, little specks of looks like loose flesh or
Fur
other
or
little
something.
gribblies. Yep. And you can see to this big flash of blood. You follow your optics down, and you can see it looks like something was dragged along and then stops in the middle of the corridor.
Is there a mass there in the middle of the corridor?
There is nothing in the middle of the corridor.
Okay.
I'm gonna look
Just
up.
the blood trail stops. And you look up, and you do see it seems to be a wrenched open vent. Violently wrenched open. There are bits of jagged metal sticking out and about, bowed outwards.
I'm gonna let
Actually,
out
no, bowed inwards into the vent.
I'm gonna let out a low whistle and go. You think your robot could get in there?
She shakes her head slowly and says the robot didn't have any blood on it.
I know, but it was that kind of robot. Do you think it could get in there?
Can it? What can I roll?
It would be you don't have to roll. It would be a ridiculously tight squeeze for that robot, like basically impossible.
The vent's too small for it to maneuver properly.
This is sounding less and less like a cooking accident.
Okay, so Sparkles, come here. All right, so I'm gonna put you up on my shoulders.
I don't like where this is going.
All right,
She's gonna look over at you and be like, "What are you doing?"
Well, I was just thinking, if I put her up on my shoulders, she's got like built-in light show, right? She can just look around inside the vent really quick.
I can't control where it's pointing.
Give me just a moment, and she'll float up into the vent.
My flashlight, no!
More reasonable.
and sails upward.
My flashlight, no!
So your head pokes up into this vent. It's a little awkward. You really want to avoid touching those jagged bits of metal, and you can see blood and little bits of flesh and such coating them. But it seems to be venting. You look off in one direction. You see.
Do I see a shape blur past at the end of the vent?
You look off in one direction, and you see basically the vent from within is a little damaged, as if something was really rocking about in here. But a trail does continue off down one length of it. Seems to be going towards the bridge. Basically, where you guys came from.
It's more of the blood.
It's more of the blood. And you look down the other way and give me a body perceive check, difficulty 2.
See, I can go up into the vent, but I probably can't see shit. Yep.
And yeah, unfortunately, it trails off into darkness.
My dice not happy today.
It's very
she will float back down again. Whatever was bleeding or was carrying something bleeding did go down that vent in one direction. I can't see too far on the other.
Which way did it head?
She'll point down toward the direction that it was traveling. It's wide enough that we can get through it, but we wouldn't have any room to maneuver.
Yeah. She points faintly back to where you guys came, up towards the front of the ship.
This is Coffee Team, just checking in. We have found signs of possible fatality. It looks like somebody was dragged up into the ventilation system. There's a massive blood trail heading off towards this quadrant. We advise the other team be cautious. We're going to continue moving forward.
Okay, Coffee Team, understood. And over the radio, you give me a body perceive difficulty 2.
All of us?
Anyone that has their radios active to hear a response.
Yep.
I'm good at perceive, apparently.
The music is just too loud.
I'm kind of assuming that I'm going to miss it. Let's find out.
Go on, let's see if you can manage it.
It's the twos. Look at all my rolls. They've all had this 2 in them. This one fatal 2 that keeps showing up.
I like to think that like you're just standing a little too close to Lilu, and all you're getting is
This
you're both hearing Una Paloma Blanca. What you're hearing, Kistel, is you can hear what sounds to be a ruckus in the background of this guy's radio. You can hear people getting, what's happening? Sedate him, put him down, get him down on the floor. And you can hear yelling and shouting. And then you hear the guy on the radio go, what the hell is going on? And it cuts off.
I think something just happened to A-Team.
This isn't A-Team. This is the radio from the ship you guys came from.
Oh. I think something just happened on the ship.
Should we be heading back there?
I think we should head back to the ship.
For what? The thing is she's actually use the comm. This is Coffee Team. This is Coffee Team. Do you read?
And there's a few moments of silence, and then the radio comes back on, and you can hear gunfire, and you can hear screaming, and you can hear Coffee Team, get back! We need backup. Relay to the other team. 3549.
All right. Swap frequencies really quick. I'm leaving you guys on whatever you want, but 3549. This is Coffee Team to A-Team. Main base is under fire. They need us back now.
The moment you cue into the other team and you start to speak, suddenly over your own speakers you can hear much louder gunfire and heavier gunfire, assault rifles, other shotguns, various weapons, and you can hear commands of, okay, fall back, hold position. And the person who answers the radio goes, Coffee team, we hear you. We are trying to fall back right now.
All right, fall back as quick as you can. We're heading there now.
Be aware. They are in the ceiling. They are in the walls.
Yeah, we were calling through the base that they were in the vents. What? We don't know what they are yet.
They are teeth and bone and you suddenly hear a loud scream of agony from whoever is talking to you.
So...
Lilu
Okay.
has now grabbed each of you by the wrist and has started running.
Well,
I-
okay.
Is that panicked anime run where you're really hiking those legs up?
Oh, yes.
She allows herself to be carried along as she's fairly small to begin with. I'm gonna keep an eye back on that vent, though.
Okay, so you start running along, and the vent does not follow you.
Good. Nothing comes out of
It
it.
stays in position. However, everyone, give me another body perceive difficulty 2.
Come on, baby.
I hope I'm rolling these right.
Oh, I thought you'd. I thought you'd rolled against me.
Come on. Don't fuck. There we go.
Hey, congratulations!
Sucks. I'm just poorly equipped for this one.
So, you can hear sounds coming from the vent. It doesn't sound like it's immediately above you, but it's that sound of echoing noise. That sort of sound of a vent being shaken as something moves through it.
She will
flexing metal.
squint her eyes and calmly say, "Something's coming."
Yes, run faster. Use your little legs.
And you see yourself starting to approach one of the many, basically interior doors for this vessel. It's already open because you came through it. And as you're running towards it, back down the corridor from the opening you guys had been inspecting, a large form thumps out of it onto the ground. Any of you actually looking back because you could hear this?
I was looking back toward, because I was being dragged along, so I was looking back
Okay.
toward the vent that I came out of.
So, there's a thump as it hits the floor, but it's something that seems to be continuing to pour out of the vent. It is a mess of what looks like to be flesh and jutting bone and in viscera and blades, bone-like blades, that is congealing on the floor, and you can see it shifting about as finally this mass stops exiting the vent, and this weird blob with limbs jutting out of it starts to rise up, and then you see a claw dig into the floor in front of it, and it pulls itself along, and then another one, and it pulls itself further, and as it does, you see the forming of legs starting to come out of its sides, pushing off against the floor.
I'm
Very
glad I don't see
curious.
this. I'm very glad I don't see this. Glad I don't
We
see
are
this.
being pursued.
And it is starting to pick up speed.
We are being pursued quickly.
I don't like this.
There's a lot of things you're not gonna like about this.
And
How big is the corridor?
the corridor? You could probably walk 4 people abreast
Okay.
with
All
no
right.
issue. Think a galaxy class corridor.
I have questions. Who's the fastest people here?
It's probably not going to be me.
I have a movement of 7 and I have flighty.
We got movement of 7.
I got a movement of 2.
All right, I'm gonna.
Or 3.
I will duffel bag pack the cog soon.
Okay.
As you go to lift me up, her eyes are going to flash for a second, and for just a moment, the little nested balls that are kind of like look like decorations in her clothing will flame off, and a shield of kind of transparent hexagons will appear across the corridor that deadens the sound from the other side.
Okay. Nice.
And I should be able to generate enough of those to cover that area.
I'd say so. What's the sort of resilience of these things?
They are C2 force sources, R3 range. Force source is endure 15 with 1 wound, remains suspended in space and is invisible.
Okay. Nice. Right. You picking her up, Kist?
Yeah, I'm picking her up, and I am starting to
All
run.
right. You're starting to run. Kist, from you, I would like a body athletics difficulty 2, just to keep your current speed with this,
All right.
thing.
That would put me at that.
Very nice. Okay, yeah, you pick her up and you continue at your speed with no problem.
Mhm.
You got flighty. You
Yeah.
do start to outpace the leader a bit.
Yeah.
Unless Lilu has similar, I don't know.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I can take a triple move and around, so I'm just. I'm literally bounding off the walls as I go, just doing everything a little parkour to go a little faster. Because
Lilu can parkour though.
Yeah.
Okay, so your parkour. The yellow parkour, is he doing it?
No, she is. She's got some chase music going on in her headphones, and she is
Okay.
panicking.
Right. Paige. This field's invisible, right? After the brief has gone a
Yeah.
good flash.
Mhm.
You see this mass come charging down the corridor at great speed now, and suddenly it impacts into this field. Its entire form sort of squishing up against it in a very unpleasant way,
Nice.
almost filling the corridor itself. And is the sound cut off from that side?
Yeah, it should be. It's a wall.
Okay. That's good. And you see it sort of sink back briefly, and lots of these sort of bony protrusions start lashing out in front of it as if scratching at this invisible screen before it suddenly surges upwards, tearing the hole straight into the ducting and starts to heave its mass right into it again.
It seems to have bypassed my barrier. Are we close?
No.
And you all keep running. Do you
Wiggle
close doors behind you?
I don't think we have time to hit buttons. At least I'm
Nope.
not. I'm holding somebody.
I might actually be able to because I've got a little touch range of 15 feet.
Yeah, you
or
can probably do
longer.
it.
And you're being
So
carried.
I will tap buttons.
Right, so you hear doors closing behind you thanks to Paige Drake as you're running along. And you're basically retracing the steps, or you're trying to take shortcuts, because with your map mites, you do see a few more efficient turns you could have taken now that they've spread out further.
Kist is in the lead, so
What do you think, fearless leader? Do you want to try to encounter more things? Do you go back to where we came?
Kissed? Uh-oh.
Sam, are you muted, Sam?
Sorry, I had Dermax guy come back to the door. So
Oh, okay.
yeah, sorry.
Did you need to repeat, or did you hear stuff?
I didn't hear anything past the point it went up in the vents. So
Okay, so basically you continue to run along, and Paige is using reach telekinesis thing to close doors behind you.
yeah.
You can either take basically the path you took to get here back to the ship,
Mhm.
or your map mites have travelled out a bit further, and you do see a few little more efficient shortcuts you could take, going through various different rooms and so on.
Shortcut.
Okay, so you take a turning off into another room. You start running along further. It seems to be a not so much a crew quarters as a more barrack style, master beds that you run through out into another corridor. Notably, you're not seeing anybody. You go through what seems to be maybe a science lab. There are a lot of this room actually seems to have power, unlike others, as you run through it. Not that I imagine you want to stop to check. Things are lit up. There seems to be a field off in one section of the room. And you keep running. And as you do, suddenly the entire ship shakes.
Uh-oh.
And all of you give me a body perceived difficulty 1.
Sorry, that was the wrong one again.
Yeah.
2. Because I just pressed up like a douche. There we go. Barely.
Okay.
I'm busy packing somebody and running.
Yeah. So you can tell which direction this sounds actually come from. The reverberation sort of shakes across the ship and lets you pick up a direction. It's definitely from where your ship is.
Uh-oh.
The umbilical.
Can we determine anything about the nature of the vibration? Does it
If
feel
you
like it
want to
moved
give
or
me a
exploded?
mind exerts logic.
Oh, do I? What difficulty?
Difficulty 3. This is tricky.
Okay. Oh, that's just
Wow.
12. Hang on, D12.
Cheating.
There we go. 14.
Okay. Yeah, this definitely sounds like, say, some sort of pressurized bridge made of metal between ships being explosively severed.
I believe we just lost the umbilicus. It's a good thing we closed that door. She
Yes.
mentions as an
It's
afterthought.
a very good thing you closed that door behind you.
Ah! Ah!
That also means we're running toward a dead end. She nods.
Right now, everything's a dead end.
Just keep running.
Does your map have any way that might allow us to meet up with A-Team?
I don't know if A-Team's still alive.
Escape pods?
You do have a path in that direction, though.
A-Team, do you read?
There's a of dead Mike.
I don't think there's an A-Team.
She ponders for a moment and says, maybe we should keep heading for the exit. Whatever it was looked like it was made of flesh. It probably can't survive in vacuum.
I wouldn't trust anything right now.
Do I see any escape pods on the map bites?
You don't see escape pods themselves, but you do see rooms on the shape on the exterior sort of areas that could conceivably be escape pod bays. There are 4 rooms that you think might be able to at different locations.
Okay, I've got 4 possible rooms. You want to take a gamble?
She points to one of them determinedly, as though this is surely the one.
I want you guys to pick either towards the fore of the ship on the west or the east side, or towards the aft on the ship on the west or the east side.
I want to pick whatever one would send us closer to our ship.
Okay, so we're going to send you basically west side forward. It's the one you point at.
Yeah.
This does take you a little bit closer to A-Team's air quote location, prior location. But you start running in that direction. Notably, there does not seem to be any sort of sound in the fence following you now.
Lulu is
You
just
can't hear
realizing
much of everything.
something.
It's gone fairly quiet after that rumble. And what are you realizing, Lulu?
That we were being chased while A-Team was being killed.
Mm-hmm.
That
Which
means
means there's more than one.
And we're running towards where the other ones were, which is what I'm worried about.
Maybe we should run softly. We know that we're expert stealth tacticians from earlier things that we did in this game.
Actually, now that I don't know if that thing's following us, I'm going to slow down a little bit and go, okay, we need to stay quiet. We need to move quick. Can you guys do a little bit better than you did a couple days ago?
Lulu is going to turn down the music.
Good.
Alright. Follow me, stay
There's just
close.
a subtle.
Follow me, stay close, scream real loud if it grabs you.
Don't say that.
Well, what do you want me to tell you? Go quietly into this good night?
Don't say that either.
Okay, well,
Just reassure me that this is all going to be okay.
I'm
Damn
sure this is going to work out fine for someone.
Alright. All of you give me stealth rolls, please, but it's difficulty 2.
Alright.
Here we go. My strongest stats.
And I will be using team success rules here. So if 2 of you do it well, even if 1 fails.
Alright.
So, because I have 2 in exert, I get to roll it on
Nice.
2 10s?
2d8.
2d8.
Alley-oop. No, yeah.
Don't fail, Lilo.
And I don't add anything to this, right?
Do you have a stealth stat?
No.
Don't
Nope,
think
then nothing.
Oh.
Okay, so
But, no, yeah.
Despite my best
Yeah.
efforts, literally my best efforts.
yeah,
I mean, maybe we
So-
should be using the have you roll and we complicate thing, because we're pretty bad at this.
yeah, that might actually work out better. I will allow you guys an opportunity to do that if you want to.
Can you lead the way, oh mighty stealthy hero?
Okay.
I will let you lead the group complicate the roll. So just re-roll that d10 as a d8, please.
Alright.
No.
Same.
Okay, 5 plus 7 plus 5. Yep. Okay.
Mm.
That's
Same
exactly
roll.
the same thing that I rolled, so
So-
it doesn't change nothing.
So you start to go into stealth mode, Kist. You're very good at this. You've had to do this before, breaking and entering into a criminal's hideout.
I'm occasionally muttering various insults about Hufflepuffs as I go.
Yeah, and you basically have to keep correcting your allies. Lidu wants to keep poking her head out over stuff. The strange cog, one of them sort of pokes out of a hiding spot unwillingly. And you
Or
basically have to pull it
or
in.
the glowing end of the arm is sticking out somewhere, wiggling around. It's like, no,
Yes.
no.
But you are able to lead them along stealthily. You're still heading for the same location?
Yeah, because that's what we agreed on.
Okay, so you start making your way that way. It's a bit slow going. You got to go slowly paced, and occasionally you have to stop as you hear down distant corridors sounds of weird scraping and squelching noises and large forms thumping about.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to take an opportunity to try and peek at these at any point, or are you just going to stay hidden?
I'm not looking. I don't
Okay.
know if they want to.
I kind of want to keep an eye on whether or not there are things nearby that could help us. So
Actually, you know what? I will look with my optics because then no one's flashing a goddamn flashlight.
Okay. So you peek around the corner with one of your optics, and yeah, this one is a lot smaller than the mass that chased you before, but there is it's hard to call it humanoid. There seems to be like an extra leg jutting out to give it support as its like body leans over. There's a large mass of what you'd think would be an arm sort of trailing a blade along the ground, and it moves in a very lopsided fashion. But it is definitely one of these weird forms that just goes down a distant corridor and thumps out of sight.
Mm. I'm gonna make a gesture like little, and then I'm gonna point at the Kogsoon.
you see another Kogsoon?
I shake my head.
Now is not the time to make. It's like now is not the time to make fun of her size.
Shit, I will peek around and see if I can see the thing departing.
Yeah, you catch the sort of trail end of it.
Can I begin to assemble some sort of concept as to what is motivating these? Like, does it look like it has any mechanism, or is it some kind of?
You see eyes and splits that you could guess might be auditory receptors just scattered in random spots over it. And actually, both of you give me a body perceived difficulty too.
Yeah.
Alright, difficulty 2.
Oh my, a 2! How many times have I rolled an 8 and a 2 on this freaking roll?
Hi.
Okay, and kissed. There seems to be various scattered bits and pieces on this thing. However, looking it over, you start to see some disturbing landmarks on it. At the front of it, those are definitely sort of oversized ribs that are jutting out, seemingly open towards the top of it. You think you can see the maw of a Vector and maybe some eyes near it. And then they just sort of seem to be shifting with the figure itself, dipping back into it.
Mm. It, not to detract from anything, but all I can think of is Stranger Things season 3. So I'm just I'm going with that mental image of that not being okay.
Stranger Things season 3 meets The Thing.
Yeah, that kind of a
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think that used to be somebody.
I don't want to wind up like that.
On
And
the bright
then
side,
you
you'd
hear-
stand out in a crowd.
And then you hear the sound of gunfire coming from down that corridor. There's that of a rifle firing off in rapid succession. You can even see muzzle flashes as into your sight, one of the armored mercenary team backs up, clearly firing at something pursuing it. And then, within a few moments, that form that you saw leave and retreat comes charging up behind it from the other direction.
It's going up behind them or behind the other form.
The
big one's chasing.
Unfortunately, at the moment I see the guy start backing up, I'm gonna go behind you.
Okay, so you'll get to see he was firing at something from the way he came, but the form you saw comes from the other direction, and he turns around just as it comes up. Well, was behind him. Kiss gave him a nice warning. And you see him let out a few shots from his rifle as it basically plows into him. And you see him hoisted up into the air as a blade basically stabs through his stomach as it lifts him. And then he starts to scream as this blade holds him there, but you can see the flesh surrounding that blade from the monster's arm surging up and pressing up against him and seeming to meld into his flesh. And you can hear him screaming as it digs in and seems to become part of him until the creature whips its arm aside and he flies off of the blade as the blade cuts through him. His lower half landing against the wall and splatting against the ground. He's also skittering up the corridor towards you.
Ooh.
We
shouldn't let it touch us.
Casually picking up the Cogsoon again. And
as you're picking up the Cogsoon, you can see his torso starting to convulse. And you can hear cracking bone.
We should try to destroy that, I think.
I am starting to move backwards because I have a pistol. And he had a big gun. And I'm just gonna, Lilu, run!
Alright, and you're gonna take off running again?
Yep, other way.
You're gonna follow the page? Or do you want to try and destroy that?
Well, Paige doesn't really have the means to destroy that, but I can lock it off. So she's going to slap another shield across the area and keep holding on. Going. They are far better equipped than we are and don't seem to be able to stop them. We should probably try to get off this ship.
Yes, that was the priority.
Strange enough, you're blocking off this thing's access with a shield, and as you're doing that, you can see down the corridor that larger form that split its man in two seems to be like motionless. But the body of the man is not. That torso that's near your shield finishes convulsing as basically ribs spurt out into these weird sort of legs with mass flesh linking up bone, and the entire torso sort of lifts off the ground. You can see the head lolling back, the jaw starting to split open as fucking eyes come out the throat on tendrils, and then these ribcage legs start to carry this torso towards the shield.
She is going to watch in detached fascination, but will also indicate to the people who are running that their lives are very much in danger.
I like to think the way I have to pack you is basically your head is facing towards my ass. Like I basically have you under my arm about at my hip level as I'm running.
She's, mentally rearranging her vision orientation so that she can watch it right side up. And goes, oh yes, no, it survived that quite well. I don't know if the shield will survive that for long.
And as you run down this corridor and find a turning to take, the last thing you see is this thing starting to jab at the shielding with blades that are coming out of what were the dangling arms of this man.
They seem reasonably physically capable. I don't think a minor shield is going to stop them.
Oh yeah, the shield's really nice. Really like it. Options. We need options. We need to get out of here.
She nods a little bit and says, I think our primary concern is checking the condition of our actual escape vessel.
Yeah, I have not had any success reaching them at this exact moment, but they have.
Do your maps have a window?
Oh, you mean a window?
I mean, I want to look over at the ship we just came off of and see if it's still intact.
Oh my freaking god. Alright, so she's running down the hallway ways until she feels safe. Then she's going to skid to a stop, reach in her bag, pull out a goddamn sheet window, because I have those, and slap it on the bulkhead and go, there's a window!
Yeah, that'll do the trick.
Wow.
So there's that shimmer as the sheet window kicks into gear against the bulkhead. And
all you see is an interior bulkhead full of squirming flesh.
You see, it's a bit of an odd sight. This sheet window does seem to be struggling a bit with the surface. You're getting a view of the outside, but it is interrupted with basically what looks like piping and wiring and so on.
Yeah.
It's like when you're clipping through the edge of the level.
Yeah, basically. And you can tell this is actually stretching the street window a bit. It is starting to fizzle. But
that's why I have multiple of them, so it's okay.
Your ship seems to be mostly intact. There is a bit of a hole in its side where the umbilical was. But the rest of the ship is intact, and it just seems to be sort of listing and slowly turning, drifting away from this vessel, but not at great speed.
It doesn't look like it's powered.
Yeah, there's no engine, there's no thruster activity or anything of the sort.
I have a feeling that whatever's going on over here is going on over there. and there's a larger population of people that are unarmed.
Which means, based on what we just witnessed the creature do, it may be able to make itself much larger over there.
Yes.
And you're hiding. Give me another stealth roll. I imagine you wanted to take the difficulty, Sam.
All right, I'll take my.
Yeah, so it would be 2, but it's
Sam,
basically 3
don't
because
leave
of
it to us,
location.
Sam.
So it's a 2d8 for me because I have a 3 body, so
Yeah.
that's plus 5.
Okay.
Sam!
I will. I have a boon, so that means I can reroll. Get 1 free reroll. Or
Yeah,
is that only
you get
on
1 free
once?
reroll.
All
No,
right.
1 free reroll.
All right, I will reroll the 2.
Mhm.
That'll get
Much
it.
nicer.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So you suddenly feel okay. You get your companions to quiet down because you hear something. You can hear the scraping of ill-made limbs echoing from around the
Bone on
corner.
metal.
Up bone on metal, and then you hear a voice going, "Hello,
No. Want some candy?
hello,
Hello?
help me, help me, help."
No, that's not good.
See, now I gotta figure out what my intuition is because we did come here to rescue people.
Thankfully, I'm going to solve your intuition because you basically ducked off into a little side room. And yeah, you know the med bay in Aliens with the
Yeah.
lovely windows peeking out that you can see behind. That's basically it. And you can see just over the lip of these, if you peek out, this horrid torso making its way down the corridor, barely recognizable as the effect it once was. But you can see the remnants of a jaw just opening up and the sound coming from it. Hello? Help me. As it continues off down the corridor in search of you.
I am going to do, I'm not very good at this, but we're going to try it. A community perceived to see if I can determine if this is a recorded thing or something that has emotion in it. Like if it's just something
Okay,
sad,
go for it.
Good
or
luck,
if it's a
science man.
genuine plea. Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know how well this will work, but what difficulty do you want?
I want difficulty 3.
Yeah, this is going to be bad. Impress me!
8-2.
Do I have anything that'll help with this? I don't think I do. No, I don't think I do. All right. Bam. Bamzo. No good.
Yep, you can't tell.
I'm just
Do
gonna
you?
get.
She'll look over and goes, "Do you suppose it's still sapient?"
I'm just shaking my head. I'm not gonna go try to talk to it.
I don't think it matters.
Well, that's just needlessly callous.
As it's going off down the corridor, suddenly you hear the of your radio starting to activate.
Shit, turn it off.
Turning it off. Okay.
Mine's in my head. So
Okay. In that
listen
case,
to it.
you can hear Coffee team, come in.
Shall we apply coffee team? Come in.
You're alive. You're alive.
We appear to be. We're
What is-
currently pinned down by a shambling mass of flesh and bone. How are you?
Currently locked in the cockpit. Whoever that person was that came aboard, they started tearing through people, and now there are these things outside.
If you have not already done so, isolate the remaining members of the ship. They appear to be able to reproduce through body transference.
We can't get to the remaining members of the ship. We're stuck in here.
Then I would stay stuck in there.
Power's gone, but the rupturing of the hull should not have taken the power out.
We think they have some degree of intelligence. One of them is currently asking for help.
Yeah, and you hear the sound of somebody perhaps standing up and moving over, and then there's a little beep of a comm panel being activated, and you suddenly hear a mass of voices on the other side saying, "Come out, it's fine, it's all wonderful, join us, come on."
We have collectively decided not to assist them.
And then the comm panel is flicked off. Like, yeah, they keep calling us.
Have you had any successful communication?
I ain't talking to them.
Well, we haven't tried yet.
1 second. And there's a compound going on again. And you just hear him yell, "Go away, you fucks!" And just to continue to come out, open the door. So wonderful.
She will calm off for just a second and look over to the rest of the team. I'm currently contacting the shift. They have had unsuccess with communicating with them.
What? Why would you ask them that? That's basically what you're getting.
She'll go back to it. So neither one of these ships have power. Do you have are we putting out a distress beacon? What's your plan?
We're going to try and rig up a distress beacon, but they are banging on this door, and are you able to get to the engineering of that ship?
We ran back to the airlock. We can try to make it to engineering. She looks around at the people next to her. I think we can try to get it to engineering. There's a reasonable chance that the machine that we encountered coming in here is capable of fighting them. It was still intact when we found it.
And so the one you encountered at the airlock, right?
Right. Didn't seem terribly damaged.
And the doors were dented?
They were, but these things have also shown a fair amount of physical strength.
It was the airlock you found the survivor in, right?
Mm-hmm.
The one that suddenly started tearing our people apart?
Yep.
Maybe turn the machines on?
She looks over to the rest of the team. They have suggested turning on the war machine. It does seem to be the only thing that was still intact, and our weapons don't seem to be capable of killing them.
Okay, but we can't really control this war machine.
It's just one more thing to run from.
I guess there's that. Tell them we'll try.
Or get yourself to an armory or something. We're kind of screwed here.
Ditto.
Maybe find yourselves a pod. I don't know.
We'll stay in touch. Keep a stiff upper lip.
Yeah, sure.
She turns up the comm. I've encouraged them.
I'm not feeling very encouraged right now.
Oh, keep a stiff upper lip. she says, as she peeks over the top.
All right, sparkle hair. Coffee break. We gotta figure this out. We're gonna need some actual tools if we're gonna fix that damn thing. I'm just gonna start looking at my map mites. Does anywhere look like someplace I could get to a workshop?
She will raise her hand and say, "I'm a pretty reasonable tool when it comes to fixing things."
Now I understand that people may call you that, but it's actually meant as an insult. So.
You do see a few rooms separated off from what looks like to be the large room of engineering that do in fact serve as workshops.
All right, I'm gonna go. We go here. If we should get a proper toolkit in case
Oh,
there's anything.
actually, by this time. By the way, one of your map mites has made its way up to what you would assume is the bridge. However, the moment it hit the bridge, it lost contact.
Oh, it's like someone killed it.
Look, somebody knew what it was.
Either that or it's 18 going, butts!
So, I need to put my doggies' already prepared food bowls down, which has shut them up for a bit. 1 second.
All right.
I'll take a quick break. BRB.
We're gonna die. It's okay though, because you're gonna be able to repop somewhere, and you will never know what happened.
Unless the Kula bloom starts to pick up, in which case she will actually experience fear, which should be quite enlightening.
Yeah. Be thankful I didn't take what I was gonna take.
What were you gonna take?
I was gonna go Radiant and then take a haunted background.
Oh no, that would have been bad. I am actually thankful that you went shopping, because the gear is very important.
You acted like I wasn't going to go shopping. I'm like, hey,
I was worried, Sam. I know it's like a time-intensive process to go shopping, but like I literally can't start with money.
Yeah.
So
I'd like to point out who is usually the most prepared effing person for any of these games. Two hands and calls it Sam.
Thanks for the shopping. My character does have advanced tools, though, so we can probably go there, unless you want to try to seal up a room.
I honestly don't know if I believe that your character has tools. that is in character. I don't believe you. I have not seen a lot of work of the tool variety from you, other than look at what I can do with my hands.
Finn was commanding dinner time.
I'm back.
Oh, yeah, we're all back. Okay.
Finn was what?
Right. Demanding dinners.
Yes. Okay.
He was like, "It's dinner time. Why do I not have my dinner?"
Yes. But yes, I did do the shopping. Just so you know, in my bag of things, I still have some hardwire, another sheet window, some stitch pills, I have the PPC still, a perk kit, and some tight ropes with my grapple belt that I'm wearing, by the way. So we
Good
have
stuff.
things.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
the more direct course is down the corridor where that thing went off searching for you, but there are some avenues around that.
All right.
And your map's almost complete, and this does seem to be quite a large ship. A little bit larger than the one you were on, even accounting for the cargo space.
Mhm.
In fact, vessel this size, you'd expect about 50 odd crew.
Okay.
A couple of those crew were even.
Yeah.
We'll
Yeah.
need. We should keep an eye out in case there's any more of those robots too. It'd be nice if there's more than one.
They might be able to keep track of each other.
Yeah. Well, life-saving
By the
robots
way.
are good.
Paige, did the robot look at all damaged to you?
Did the robot look at all
It
damage?
did not.
No, it looked like it was.
Beyond, it scraped up fists.
Yeah, it looked like it danged its fists at damaging the door, but was otherwise all right.
So did it seem like it had any reason not to have power anymore?
We don't know how long the ship has been here. We knew the guy was in there for 3 days. It may just not have a very long battery.
It might
but
also be
our
that it
ship
turned off
lost
and we didn't know
power.
how to do it. So yeah.
But also our ship mysteriously lost power.
I think that might be due to damage. But we
did
won't
what?
know until we try to turn it back on and look at it.
Yeah.
I'm just worried we might not be able to turn it back on.
It's entirely possible, but at the moment, our choices are fairly limited.
Mhm.
Based on what we've observed, it has the best chance.
So you don't think the robot's damaged? Should we just go straight for it then? And see if we can find a way to turn it on.
Well,
We
we
can
should at
solve
least.
some of the questions by looking at it.
Give me another engineering roll, page break, difficulty 1.
Engineering is the one thing I did not take because
Mind exert.
I knew that we were gonna have a freaking cog soon. So I hope that you can spread the bread and butter on this.
Difficulty 1 because you got a fairly good look at it. That's not how you roll.
I know it. I
No,
got
that's
it.
how V rolls.
Huh?
That is how that works.
That robot had the equipment on it, various little mountings and such, to be able to receive signals from the ship.
Okay. So it's possible it received a kill code from the bridge.
That just means we have to do another thing to get it on. We have to get to the bridge and prevent it from getting a code.
We can see if we can isolate its system.
Do you have anything to help you hack into the computer systems? I shake my bag around, knowing I have nothing.
She will basically begin to prod you from many angles. I have an advanced telekinetic manipulation system that should serve as a reasonable tool.
She's to show off, Chris.
So I'm just gonna kind of go. So you can touch the air. That's a nice thing that you can do, but I need somebody who can use computers.
Let's go find the robot and see what we can do.
Okay. This is my subtle way of saying hacking. I have sabotage. I can sabotage, but I don't have the tools.
What is hacking in this?
Sabotage, typically.
Yeah.
But if we're trying to just get it to run its base, which I'm hoping is, attack invaders, then we make ourselves the less likely invader. Maybe it'll just run amok for a while. If we can isolate it at all from the previous system,
I'm just worried that
even
we're
if
gonna
it means
have to
breaking an antenna.
I'm just worried we're gonna have to hack into the ship's computer that we're on to activate the robot. Because I have a feeling that when the way it was described, that it's meant to receive signals from the ship, that doing things to the robot might not trigger it on.
Well, it still seems like the best course of action is to go to the robot, because either we can turn it on there, or we can find out that it can't be turned on there.
Yeah, we'll go there and we'll figure this out. But yeah.
Actually, I have a question. Detail-wise, what can the maps do? Like, how much detail can they put into their mapping?
It's basically the same concept as the ones in Prometheus. So it's sending out lasers and sonar.
It's a 3D imaging.
Yeah.
Okay, Kist, you had a general map overview, right?
Yeah.
I imagine you can basically zoom in the map to actually see the detailing then.
Yeah.
Do that with the well, I can't tell you what to do it with, but you can check rooms.
Yeah. I will check where the robot is.
Okay. You can see the robot. You can see very weirdly defined because it didn't cover all angles, but you can see where all the benches and such were. All the doors in that room now seem to be open, as do the adjacent rooms. The airlock door is thankfully intact.
Mm-hmm.
But you do not see anything other than a robot standing in the middle of that room still.
Okay. I am going to curse my luck for not getting a cool thing that would have checked for life forms, precious little life forms.
I was kind of wondering if we had one of those, like in your bag of tricks.
I sat there and stared at it for the longest time, but I didn't want to go.
I was really hoping one of you would have one, but
I actually sat there going, you know what? I'm buying a lot of other things. Someone will naturally think to purchase this.
Of course, someone will do that thing.
Because I can't.
That one on A team had one.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
That's good. Maybe we'll find it, and as it moves through the corridor, looking for life forms. Hello, help me! Beep beep beep.
Want some candy?
Hello. Yeah, she'll start leading everybody towards the robot.
Okay.
I am kind of check up on the map mites while I'm looking for what engineering looks like.
Okay, so you check engineering, you zoom in a bit, and this is not a configuration you've ever seen on any ship.
Mm-hmm.
The entire engineering base seems to be built around a singular central structure, which is this odd sphere with long lines jutting off of it to these weird rings. It looks like it could move. The imaging on it's a bit weird. You're getting these sort of like laser shadows cast off of it, but it's not fully built in.
Hey, coffee break! Look at this.
She's going to look at it and cycle through every instance of popular media that has ever resulted in a spherical core being at all good for anybody.
Oh, there aren't any.
None. None. It's never happened.
Spherical cores are always bad.
Always not a good thing at all. Is this something that I recognize at all?
Nope.
So here's the context that I'm curious about,
Yeah.
just based on names and stuff. Is this something that I recognize as a competitor to Lumen in the Lightspeed department?
You recognize this as a theoretical. Actually, give me a mind exert roll difficulty 3.
Oh, mind perceive roll, I'm guessing?
Yep.
Okay. Come back to my character sheet. Where did you go? Oh, it dumped. Lame. There it is. You said difficulty 3?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Wow.
So this takes D8.
Wait, it had the 2 on there. That was supposed to have just be D10, D8. There we go.
That's yeah.
Oh my God!
No, I'm taking a previous roll because it would have succeeded anyway. I'm just removing the D8 roll.
Jesus.
No. So, that's right. Fuck it, I'm taking the 7-1 because I want to tell you this. So, you recognize this as it's very similar, not quite spot on, to some files that Coxswains tried to follow and then couldn't, because it was files that they'd retrieved from a TTI thing and were unable to fully conceptualize how it was supposed to work. It is known as a Q drive.
She's going to basically look at it, and head will twitch a little bit, like it hits a little sprocket and goes, "Oh, this is a attempt to translate travel."
this theoretically could take you from anywhere in any galaxy to anywhere in any other galaxy simply by passing through abstracted space.
She goes, I don't know how this is supposed to function, but I don't believe it's like this.
Okay, well keep working your brain on it, because you seem like you know your way around a couple wrenches and sockets, so I might need you to fix that engine. Okay.
Continuing the engineering description, there's not only this. You can see at least 4 of those droids in engineering seemingly inactive.
Oh yeah, so you're on there. These over here appear to be additional of those war robots.
Yeah. Kind of like the idea of 4 of them.
Why would they have them in engineering?
Probably to defend this drive or prevent anything that comes out of it.
Why would anything come out of a ship's drive?
She points her hand outward toward the departed, thing, and she goes, "Unfortunately, I don't really have an answer for that. This is using
I'm just
TTI's
gonna like
proprietary
narrow my
technology."
eyes for a minute, kind of just staring at your hand, and go, "Do you have to keep that powered up?"
She goes, "No, it's self-sustaining. It will outlive you, especially if today continues."
Don't say things like that.
I look over at Lilu and go, "I'm starting to think like you." All right. Do we want to detour to engineering, or do you want to keep going towards that one by the airlock?
We have 1 known quantity versus 4 unknowns. Let's travel to the one that we know.
Also, we have an engine that makes more of those things, apparently.
We don't know that.
I think if it were still active, there'd be more power on the ship.
I think there would. All right, let's head there. I guess we'll go there at all best speed, with probably me stealthing everybody, because nobody's good at doing this.
That just makes you more important, Sam. Enjoy it.
Yeah.
But
Kiss.
Yeah.
So if you want to head towards there, towards the original airlock, right?
Mm-hmm.
It would be a detour. It would add some time to your journey, but you can see there is an armory vaguely on the path.
Do you want to try and hit the armory on the way, or do you want to just beeline?
She kind of looks to you for deterrence for that and says, "Well, it would be nice to have more armament. Nothing so far has seemed effective."
They were pretty well kitted out, and it didn't seem like it's doing anything. So
I don't think they tried fire.
There
Or
was
acid. Do they have acid guns?
Additional armor would be useful.
I don't know. It kind of cut through that guy pretty good, but yeah, we might as well try. All right, we'll try to get to the armory.
Okay, so you shift your course a little bit. Do give me another stealth roll, Kiss, please.
I knew that was going to happen. There we go.
Yep. Oh, yes, barely.
Yeah.
Oh God.
Hey, I have a boon, so I can just reroll, right?
You could, yeah.
You can reroll one.
You can't roll lower than you did before, so
I'm gonna reroll one of the d8s, the one that's the 2.
yeah.
So yeah, slightly
Okay,
better.
it's a bit better.
Yep.
Okay. So you start making your journey, and
So it's a 14 instead of a 12, which is slightly better. Only slightly.
And you do on your path, on occasion, hear fairy sounds.
Mm-hmm.
You do hear. You talk to them a bit. So, I mean, you heard them talking during your stay on that vessel. You hear one of the Merc team members, their voice sort of calling out, just saying, "Come over here. Come see. Here, please. Come here." As you go down one corridor, you hear this coming off from the side room. But I imagine you continue past. What do you want to go see? Come here. Come, look.
I look over at them and go, "Do you want to go see?"
Vaguely.
Aggressive head shaking.
Got one vote yes, one vote no. I guess I'm the deciding
You're the
vote.
tiebreaker.
No.
All you hear in the background is William Dafoe going, "Why'd you spill your beans?"
Okay. Page break. You want to abandon your teammates and go look.
I am tempted because I wish to see what it wants me to see. However, we have a mission on hand, so
Okay, so you'll continue on,
Yeah.
yes.
and you hear thumps from air fence, creaking of bulkheads, and it starts to become hard to tell what you're just imagining a sound and what is actually a perceivable threat.
Mhm.
The creaking of the vessel itself seems to just be becoming more and more audible to you. But eventually, you find yourselves at the armory. You see what looks to be a sort of oddly meshed window, and beside it, a really heavy-duty door.
I'm gonna
Can
stare.
it be opened?
I'm gonna stare at the door and go. So, how good are you at bypassing doors when you don't have for people who can but don't have tools?
She'll try to open it first and see if it will open for us.
You get a, and
Oh
then
man.
and then you see a face at the window. Another face. Normal seeming faces, or it would be, except one of them seems to be a canine factor, a sort of grade wolf, and they're staring at you, and the other seems to be really flat-faced and furless.
Ah! We shoot it immediately.
I'm gonna squint at them.
Let's see. Is there what would be a history roll?
Well, I mean, that's just something that you go through on kind of basic schooling. So presuming they aren't from nowhere, they'd recognize a human.
Is it? Does it look like a Hemi or worse than
It looks a lot like one of the more human-like Hemis. In fact, it looks like entirely what a human looks like.
Actually, it probably looks a lot like Leela.
Yes. Yes, it looks like your hatred enemy, but without the cow ears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Leela.
It's a very flat-faced Hemi.
And it does seem to be a sort of a young woman with long brown hair. And
hi.
We're looking you up and down intently, and then they're clearly talking to each other, but you can't hear shit.
I'm going to hold up my comm and point at the frequency.
There's a sort of chatter. One of them looks nervous, the other's like nodding vigorously, and then the woman, she picks up a device, looks vaguely like a toggle, and types into it, and then there's a brief high pitched screech through your toggle before hello.
Hi, this is Kiss Giles of the wherever the fuck our transport ship was. We came in to rescue you guys, but apparently this is a lot worse, and I think our ship's in danger now. Can you tell me anything about what's going on?
So why are you here? We've got the warning signal out.
Oh no! It says come help us, please.
No. It says stay away.
No. That's not what it's saying.
And then the wolf snatches the little device from her and goes, "How do we know you're right?"
Well, I hate to tell you this, there is very few ways to tell if you're right because those things are running around calling for us to follow them and do stuff. I'm gonna pick up the coxswain very thing and go, this is a robot person that can't probably be done to.
Hi, I'm a robot person. I come from the robots.
The wolf actually looks at you oddly, Paige. He goes, you've got a weird AI there, but yeah, they ignore the bot, at least until they act against them.
Okay.
That's a good sign.
That's cool.
I'm guessing by the fact that you're huddling inside of an armory that the weapons in there aren't sufficient to protect you.
There was some bird kid.
I haven't wanted to chance it, to be frank.
There was some bird kid in the airlock, and we sent him back over to our ship, and everything went wrong over there.
Yeah, they can be dormant. They can't go back, but they can pretend.
Okay, so basically you could be one of those. All right, well, we're just gonna leave you in there if that's cool. I don't want to die.
Wait, ask them about the robots. How do we turn on the robots?
How do we turn on the robots? Because we want to turn on the robots.
They're powered through the ship's wireless. They're tied to the ship's power. It got a short battery life after, but it should have died out a day or so ago.
Oh, well, that kind of sucks.
So the ship needs to be on.
Why isn't the ship on?
I wish I could tell you. When the outbreak started.
Also, who the hell are you people?
Oh, I'm John Morrow. I'm Moscow representative. This is Anatolian. She's from the UEG.
I will do a historical record to try to figure out if
know
that
who these
relates
people
to
are.
anything.
Okay. Give me a mind exert. It'd be right to try and
Yeah,
recollect.
probably.
Difficulty 3. This is going back some.
And what do I want? Logic?
Yeah, I'll give you logic on it. UEG. There's been a few things that have used that acronym before, but based on context and the fact of what she appears to look like, the oldest reference that you know of is United Earth Government.
She will ponder as she sits there, and in the silence go, "What year is this to you?"
What year? He will list off a year that's about 10 years within your current time span.
And she goes, The United Earth government hasn't existed for over 600 years.
I think you'll find it very much has.
Wait, where are they? Where are you from?
So why is your robot talking to us?
You can't call her that. God, that's racist.
It's what it is.
No, that's not what it is. She's a freaking cog. They're people.
What's a cog? That's what, slang?
All right, I'm convinced they're not people. So.
Wait. Where are you guys from?
Well, I'm born and raised on Mars. She's from Earth.
That's not possible. Where's the hellhole?
That's right, he says, sort of lowering the device as he looks at her. And she nods.
What's a Kansas?
What is Kansas?
It's a lovely metropolis now.
Eyes narrow.
I've never heard of a Kansas. All right, so look, we wanted to get some weapons to go fight the things, but I think we're in an impasse here because I don't know if you're one of those things, and you don't know if we're one of those things, and I don't know how to prove that.
Yeah, it's quite a challenge.
Is there any way you can give us weapons without opening the door?
No, not really.
Oh.
What if you just open it a little bit?
And she sort of starts nudging him a bit. It's like, it seems normal. Come on, we're going to be stuck here. And he looks at you all warily.
It is an interesting predicament.
What if we
You sent out a message telling people to stay away, and yet you're sitting here huddling for your lives. What do you expect that's going to happen to save you?
Nothing.
Well,
then, what's to be harmed by opening the door?
It's coffee break. You are the worst person about making people feel good.
Frankly, I think I'd rather starve than I
wouldn't want to be one of those things. I'd probably take myself first. But I don't even know if that'll stop it. But look, we're
Do you have guns? Do you have guns that can spray acid?
Do you have guns that spray fire?
We have some flamethrowers, yes.
All right, get those. We're gonna try that.
Hey, we're still not sure we want to even let you in.
No, I'm just saying get some, because you might as well have those ready, because I can tell you, she's going to, pull out her pistol. This ain't gonna cut it. And that guy back there had a big assault rifle, and that didn't do shit, and he's one of those things now running around.
And he's staring at you, and you can see her sort of leaning closer and going, come on, what have we got to lose? If they are those things, we can just do what we were planning to begin with.
We open the door and they both have a gun to each other's head.
Yeah, basically. And, if you peer down sort of over the window a bit, a little closer, you can see they both have pistols.
But do you guys even have a printer in there?
Yeah, we've got a printer.
Okay, good.
It's running out of material for food, though.
Yeah, well, I ain't gonna have too much. Alright, look, I got a couple sheet windows, some tight ropes, a couple other things to get by, but I don't have my full kit. I didn't think I was gonna be landing in the shit before I got to my next IRPF job. So, I don't know. If you want, we'll send Page Break in if you don't trust us. We can go back the wall.
She'll wave a little bit, a little grabby hand.
And I will point out this is the first time I've actually called you by your name.
that means that
Hey.
her position in your eyes has lowered as she feels dismayed.
Hey, robot, those your owners?
She turns to the side and shrugs a little bit and says, "We haven't worked out the paperwork."
You don't own a cog!
No, fuck. You one of those unshackled AI nuts? Dangerous, you know.
What are you talking about? It's been hundreds of years since she just looks flustered. Look,
Hey, how long have you been with those two?
She looks over. 3 weeks, 2 days.
Okay, have you seen any of these monstrosities come in contact with them?
Not specifically.
Would you judge them to be clean, uncontaminated?
No, this one hasn't bathed in a day and a half.
It's clearly broken. You can't listen to that thing. The woman says to the.
I won't argue the fact that she's probably broken, but it's emotional trauma, I'm sure, from the monsters that are out here in the hallway. Now look, I'm putting my hands up and I go, I am going to take Sparkle Hair here down to the end of the hallway. If you want to let Page Break in, that is fine. We will wait at the end of the hallway. I've seen how fast those things can move. If I've got to turn into one of those things, you probably have enough time to open and close the door. Got it?
Right, far back though.
Far back.
If the robot tries anything.
She's not a robot. She's a cog.
I don't care what you call it. Right.
Can't call her an it.
He gestures you to get back.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back. Oh my god, the most racist, backward people. It's like they were like from 300 years ago or some bullshit.
She chuckles a little bit and says, "Or another place."
I swear they were from Kansas or something.
You see the woman going over to the table inside there and picking up what looks to be a rifle. And she stands back, aiming at the door, as the wolf comes and opens it up. And
she will be standing there. Yes, she will be standing there and wave with her hands in the sky and goes, "There's nothing up my sleeves. I think you're safe."
Uh-huh. And he's going to keep these pistol train on you. What emotions you're in.
And she'll walk inside. Do they have armor or flamethrowers?
They have quite a lot. This is actually a large room. It goes out pretty far behind them. You do see racks of various weapons, shotguns, rifles, and mounted on the back wall there are a couple of flamethrowers, probably for actual cleanup rather than warfare, but they're kept here secure.
Coffee break, are you okay in there?
So far, so good. She'll head back and grab one at a time, as she literally cannot carry more.
I am going to emplace myself between Sparkle Hair and the Beyond.
Hello?
That's
Hello?
not us. Is that coming from the other direction, or?
Does anyone need help? And that is coming from a bit further back behind you, Lilu and Kist.
Alright, I'm going to try and stealth me and Lilu. Do I still have a full difficulty for her?
Yep.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm
Yay!
So you quickly
I'm gonna
Lilu.
re-roll that 1d8 because it could be better. It isn't, that's fine. Sail at 18.
You quickly grab Lilu, and I'll say there's a little room you can put her into. Because that's what sci-fi ships are all about, rooms scattered about.
I'm throwing her inside a locker.
Oh. And that door is quickly closed behind you, Paige. I'd say you're able to get one of the weapons out, but as you come across with the flamethrower, you see the wolf quickly close the door and then sort of sink down behind it, and he puts his fingers into it.
In the room or out of the room?
You're in the room.
I'm in the room. Okay.
And he puts his finger to his lips. And Lilu and Kist, you hear a thump, thump,
Strag. Thump.
yep,
Drag.
drag, scrape,
Yeah.
horrible wet noises as well.
I'm just gonna unconsciously pull my hand over
Lilu's
mouth just in case she screams, and I have my pistol ready in the other hand. I'm gonna shoot Lilu if it shows up, because that'll be a mercy kill.
right outside the door, you guys are sort of hunkering in this room. It's crouched down behind, sort of desking up against this wall. You hear the of a large bladed sort of hand come in on the door frame, gripping it, and then another gripping the opposite side as its form sort of heaves its head in and peers around the room. And you can see bile, viscera, such dripping from it, lots of eyes bobbing about. And yet, miraculously, with its 16, it does not see you. And its form slowly sinks back out of the room. And you hear the thump, thump as it continues onwards.
There's that slight like as it's receded far enough away, like you can't hear it anymore. There's that gentle click of the gun going back to safety.
Sam leans over to Lilu. Not today.
Lilu?
Yeah.
No, actually, not Lilu. Paige?
Yeah.
That thumping comes towards the armory as it comes down the corridor. You can hear it through the door, even with that fucking sound blocking window. Just that reverberation through the deck plate.
She will basically stay up against the door wall there so that she's out of immediate view.
And as it approaches, give me a body perceive difficulty 2.
This is when they're going to start doing the jiggle face like I've been found out. I hope not. It'd be bad. I'd die.
Well, you have a flamethrower, so you got to fight your chance.
Yep, difficulty 2.
You've never seen a Cogsoon with a flamethrower. I don't really have a fighting chance.
Okay,
hey.
So you're staying hidden, but as it gets closer, you can see the human woman, as you've basically figured out, seems to be crouched down, her hands covering her head, she's quivering, but that quivering seems to be intensifying as that form gets closer, and it looks like she's actually having trouble holding on to something. And then you see the flesh off her face bulge briefly.
I am going to basically. How close is the other guy to her?
He's basically across the room from her. He's at the door still. She's on the further side.
Can I? Is he exhibiting the same symptoms?
He does not seem to be. He's just crouched down that door, sort of like looking up, trying to keep an eye, see if it presses up against the window.
I will prod him telekinetically so that I can reach him, and then point over to her.
He will roll.
You might lower his difficulty because he's being pointed out.
Oh wait, that's a GM roll. I'll fucking re-roll it. Okay.
Oh no.
He goes, yeah, she's scared. Can you blame her?
I'm going to look over teary-eyed, like not convinced that's scared. I'm going to. She's in a cautious situation because at the moment her trust is very strained with these people. So she's going to wait until it crosses by and see if this girl explodes, hoping that she can force it off.
It's coming. You can hear that vibration through the deck plating coming closer, and you can see she seems to sort of tighten her grip on her own head, like sort of curling up more. And then there is a jolting of her shoulder blades, very briefly. And you've directed his attention. I'm going to give him another roll. Easier one this time.
I can literally hear you taking those gestures.
Oh, you can, yeah.
Welcome to DMing.
And you can see his face fall. And you just hear him go, "Oh no." And she starts to judge him more. And then you hear the cracking of bone as
At
that
this
form comes
point-
closer.
She'll put up the shield between her and the pair of them.
And suddenly her body sort of retches back, her torso thrown back as her ribcage splits open and her limbs start to disjoint in a familiar fashion.
She will turn over to the guy and keep her mouth closed, and we'll just wait this one out for just a moment because we don't know how the two will react to each other when they see each other. Maybe we can just stay out of this.
Yeah.
Because the other one's passing by the window soon, right?
Yep, and in fact you can see the shadow of his form starting to walk by.
Okay. I'm going to creep over to the corner with Wolf Guy, with us behind the shield, and hopes that the two of them will begin to interact and maybe leave us out of it.
And your shielding, it blocks sound, etc. as well, right?
Yeah,
But
it's basically a
acts as a
wall.
physical wall.
Yeah.
Okay. And you see that form finishing its transformation into a horrible fucking twisted monstrosity. Just remain there. Quivering, shaking, until it starts to approach the window that form's passing by. And you can see claws starting to scrape at the window. Although that thing just seems to be going by without notice. It looks like it's trying to join the thing outside.
What's Wolf Guy doing while we're in here?
He is staying near you now, but he is actually eyeing the flamethrower.
She will kind of put a hand on him, and I mean, they're not really the greatest reassuring people, but she's basically going to say, "Hold, this is the best opportunity we have to learn."
He's going to give you a horrified look.
And she's going to wave a hand at it from just kind of the general area to see if it reacts only to motion without making any noise. Not the one outside, that one kind of cut by, but the one that's in here with us, and see if it sees her walking back and forth. Because the shield's invisible.
It does not seem to notice you at all. However, your wolf companion starts to move, and suddenly it turns and launches itself at the shield.
Is it an attack? Because the shield's not terribly strong.
It's not actually attacking the shield. It's trying to launch at him.
Okay.
So briefly, it actually hits the shield.
All right. I'm gonna spend 2 more actions reinforcing it just in case it does attack. So It's got 3 wounds.
And the shield blocking the sound, you can't really hear it, but you can see various maws on its form opening up, and it's probably making some horrible noise. And then you see it move forward again, pushing against the shield, and then it scrabbles off deeper into the room as if to go past some of the weapon racks and so on, trying to find a
About
path
this
around.
time, a big set of rabbit ears are going to appear on the other side of the window to the door.
Yeah, and that form has passed, and you feel you could get up close, kissed. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna rush up, hitting my cough, go and tapping the window. You guys okay in there?
She goes, the human was apparently a converted creature. They are awfully good at hiding themselves.
Oh no. How do we get you guys out of there?
I believe we can leave fairly easily. I have a shield between us and the creature, but this is a good opportunity to learn about them. I don't think there's another exit from this room.
I'm confused though, because Allie was saying it was up against the door, clawing at the window towards the other.
No. It was up against the window. She's basically cornered her and the wolf guy off.
Yeah.
The door.
Okay.
I'm kind of envisioning, like, if this is the room, and here's a door.
You've got a triangle set up.
Yeah, here's the window. I'm basically in this area like a triangle.
Yes, that's what I've pictured as well.
Okay.
So we're kind of off this way.
Yeah.
All right.
And now that thing has gone further back into the room behind the Rex.
Yeah. So it goes, we can probably figure out how it can be damaged or how to avoid detection. In a reasonably safe area.
We should get Wolf Guy out of there.
She will nod and say, I don't know if we can count on him being completely clear. How long have you been in here? She says out loud to him.
We've been in here for days.
And she's never shown any sign of this?
None.
She will go to open the door and then say, Fearless leader, how did you avoid detection?
Me?
No, she's talking to Kist.
The kiss is actually caught off guard. She didn't realize she was fearless leader. I just grabbed Lilu and tucked into a room over there. I'm pretty good at hiding by now. You should probably know that. It got really close though.
She will run down the previous examples of successful hiding and determine that this is a likely statement, and she'll open the door.
You would have heard some screaming and some gunfire. I had full intentions of shooting Lilu if that thing saw us. I say looking over at Lilu. Sorry, Lilu. What happened to you?
He has the most betrayed expression.
The door opens and he walks out. He's gonna grab the flamethrower that's down on the floor, unless you've already grabbed it, Kissed.
No, I'll let him grab it.
And he's going to pick that up, and he's just going to secure it. He's not aiming at you guys, but he does give you and Lido a wary look.
It's okay. Man. I have the same feeling towards you right now, John. Now,
she will back out a little bit and close the door so that the armor door is closed.
You bring the flamethrower out with you.
Yeah, she'll drag the other one out with her and hand it to somebody else because it's very heavy. I have 3 cargo points.
Yeah.
I guess.
You pack
You've
it.
always wanted to.
Yep, Lily will take it.
You pack it. You pack it. I have a bag of stuff, so I mean, I have to start talking shit if we're doing this. I look over at John and go, "Do you want us to?" I motion towards the door.
No. No, I just want to get out of here.
I nod. Fair enough. We need to get power on to get those robots going. Engineering?
Engineering, yeah.
Alright, my map nights
have you
show...
Have you guys tried the escape pods?
I don't know where the escape... Well, I could probably look on my map. I just bring up my toggle thing and I start flipping through and showing him shit. And I go, okay, so my map might see that we've got... I don't know what this mess is. Anyway, but there's engineering right here. Where are the escape pods at?
We've got 6 sets. 2 fore, 2 aft, and 2 mid deck. Upper floors for the mid deck ones.
Where are the closest ones?
At this point, aft.
Aft. Okay, let's go aft.
I know. There was some trouble at the mid deck ones.
What was the trouble?
People fighting to get off.
Oh no.
I mean, that's fair. I mean, facing this. Ugh.
And
gonna holster my pistol briefly and look over at John and go, got any other weapons?
And he holds up his pistol, brings it out of his holster, just this.
Alright. I kind of make a frown and go, there's no way we're going to get any other weapons right now, is there?
He looks back at the armory. He goes, frankly, I don't think many of them are any good. Our security seems to try to hold points, but...
I shake my head. Not for them. For us.
Keep some hands.
Well, it looks like it got me. Light me up, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Well.
Oh no.
Oh no. Thank you. And I go, Lilu, you got that right? Looks like it looks like it's got either of us. You light us up. There you go. If it looks like it's got you, I'll shoot your tank.
She has the biggest, frowniest face ever.
There you go. Between the choices, I'd rather burn.
Your robot should take the lead.
She
not a robot.
Oh, I'm sorry. Your free AI, whatever you nut jobs call them.
She looks momentarily befuddled, but it's not from the robot statement. It's more from Kiss, and she looks over and says, "If you believe you're going to be destroyed, you'd rather burn."
I would rather not become that.
Is this universal? She looks around to the other people in the area.
It's not
Furious
uncommon.
nodding.
And then she looks over to John and says, "John, I don't mean to cast any doubt on you, but at this moment we have absolutely no reason to believe that everybody on this ship isn't contaminated. You've been in there for 3 days with somebody who clearly shows themselves to be. They can clearly act like normal people, and they would have every reason to out themselves in order to gain trust with you, with us, if you were trying to get off this ship." I would ask that you go in there and burn the other body.
I want you to give me a community exert, please. But there's a thing to also do with that. As soon as I remember what it's called, communication.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think my adorableness will really help with this.
It makes it more horrifying.
I'm gonna frown and go. It's easier to burn a stranger than it is a friend. You gotta know that by now. All those damn surveys you've been making people take.
But if this is a universal concept, then your friend would prefer to burn than to continue to live on like that.
Yeah, but he shouldn't have to be the one to do it.
Where is that roll? I need it.
What was the difficulty?
Oh, difficulty 1, actually. He's pretty shaken.
Alright. Plus. Come on, baby. Do it for me. This is gonna be the use of like my 2 focus for the thing. Oh, I'm gonna use it. I use one of my 2 to bump it up just to make it.
Okay. You see a mix of emotions cross over his face. First, he looks a little bit angry with you, and then there's a despairing look. And then he sets his jaw. So, look, frankly, I don't need to go in there and burn her, because as far as I'm concerned, we should be going down into engineering and making sure there's nothing left.
Yeah, blow the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we lost complete control, it wasn't just problems with the escape pods. They launched, and we shut them down. There's a warning beacon for a reason. We wanted to blow the ship, but we lost control first. Nothing should be coming near here, and nothing should be getting out.
Can you identify the time she might have been exposed that wouldn't have exposed you?
I don't know, 4 or 5 days ago, maybe. Listen, we've been scrapping about this ship for a week, trying to survive.
She'll
saying
look
there's no
over to the rest of the
escape
group and basically shrug and say, "I leave it to you. My personal welfare isn't of particularly high concern in this situation, but I stand by my logic. They're able to hide their motives." She will give a little wink and says, "He's right. I'm not a cog."
What does that mean?
Kiss is just gonna sink to her knees and just I don't know what we're doing here. I just want to try to get some people out alive and try to make a good day. I would really like to have a job not go completely on its head again.
Welcome to being a main character.
You still want to get out of this alive?
I guess.
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, there's a whole ship over there that's probably teeming with more of these.
There's another ship.
Yes,
Of course
how
there's
do you
another
think
ship.
we had a freaking passenger liner
God
that
damn
picked
it.
up the freaking distress signal that said you guys needed help?
A passenger liner?
Yes!
Not just a... Okay. Alright, detour then. Our science boys were examining the artifact, and maybe they
What artifact?
it's something we picked up on one of our jumps.
Also, who the hell is your company?
This is a collaborative effort. Moscow and the United Earth government decided to form a little joint corporation.
Who the hell's the United Earth government?
What do you mean, who the hell is the United Earth government?
Alright, look at here. Toggles out. We've got TTI. I've got IRPF. I've got ASR. I've got Progenitus. I'm going down the line. These are the major corp nations that exist in our world. Where the hell is your United Earth government? Because I can tell you, Earth blew 800 years ago.
He's going to look at your thing, and he's going to say, who the hell are TTI and Progenitus? And Earth...
Here, you want to see this? It's going to open up. Look, this is a wiki article. See Earth? See the big spindly thing? Bad.
The fuck is that?
That's Earth.
No.
She'll kind of look up and go, "What do you understand about the way that this vessel's propulsion system works?"
It's a sphere.
Are you on the science team?
I'm not on the science team. I don't have too much of an understanding, but I know it's supposed to punch a hole in reality and shift us somewhere else.
Were you briefed on what the problems with that propulsion might entail?
Yeah, we're all briefed on. Be careful if reality starts seeming fucky. Report it.
Consider it reported.
Oh, this didn't happen with that.
She looks around and goes, I'm afraid I'm very unknowledgeable on the exact details of your system, but based on your descriptions, I don't think you're actually from here. If your system is designed to move you through multiple realities, you might be from a separate one. Your concept of history differs from ours considerably.
Oh, please, let's not go into techno jargon.
Listen, I don't like this sci-fi bullshit.
Me either.
All right, so different reality. It doesn't change our situation, right?
Yeah, our situation doesn't change. There's still a lot of people at risk, and it will only get worse because the distress beacons will just multiply.
The captain announced an emergency jump when things started up. Maybe. Fuck it. And he's going to start marching towards the science bay.
All
Or
right.
at least you assume so, based on the
Is
map.
this changing our plan to turn on the robot, though? That still seems like a good plan.
No, yes, you're right. Oh, shit. Okay, engineering first.
I'm going to frown and go, we split up. We cover more ground.
Paige claps giddily. Like, surely this is the greatest plan.
All right. I'm gonna go. How good at you sneaking through these corridors? Because I've got them this far.
I am okay. I mean, I survived a few days outside of that armory.
All right. I'm gonna point at Page Break. Coffee Break goes with you. You're one of those things. You won't be able to hurt Coffee Break. Right, Coffee?
Wait. If Paige goes to engineering, she has all the tools she needs to get there, and she doesn't have to sneak. Right?
I go, that is a good point.
She'll hold up her hand and go, engineering is still an unknown quantity. The robot is not. I can get to the robot without being detected if they don't look at other robots, which we seem to prove in the previous door.
We have also proven that robot won't function without the energy from their engines working.
We still have to get it turned on again.
Okay. You need to go to engineering.
It's not just the energy either. It's the robot's AI is ran from the ships.
Yeah. So
they're one and the same.
We need to get the.
Also, who was it earlier that said the robot is the ship?
I did.
Because yes.
Yes, that was brownie points for Sam. Okay. I'll go. Listen, John. I can't trust you farther than I can throw you, and I feel like the feelings are mutual right now. We need to get this shit done. Do you think? And I kind of like motion at the little cog soon, that she's going to have an okay time in there, or is your ship equipped with booster seats for various things?
I mean, we've got some short effectors, but we'll be fine. She'd be fine.
All right.
She can fly.
She can hover a bit.
She doesn't need a booster seat.
I can release myself from the artificial gravity.
Yes.
My flight is a little more drifty than that.
All right. So, Page Break. It looks like it's painful for her to say your name. Like, that flat rabbit face just does not like to say it. The teeth kind of a little bit. Do you want to try to go to engineering by yourself?
She ponders a little bit and nods and says, I believe I can get down there and accomplish the task that's necessary without assistance. But if I'm stopped, I probably won't survive it.
That is what I'm worried about.
As long as the communication keeps working, I can at least tell you how far I got.
What's our biggest priority? Why do you want to go to the science lab?
I'm hoping maybe they figured out a way to detect them or stop them or something.
Something. Which might be useful, rather than us just hoping.
Do you know if your space folding drive still works?
It shouldn't be anything that, I mean, unless they've damaged it.
How far is the science lab from the engineering bay?
It's 2 decks down.
Yeah, that's a ways.
Not far otherwise, but 2 decks.
2 decks. Alright. Well, we gotta move quick. I'm gonna look over at Lilu. What do you feel safer with? The group of 4 of us, where any one of us might turn into a monster, or pairing off with just one of us?
To be frank, if you want to pair anybody off, I want to go with the robot.
That's who I was gonna send you with, because I'd rather take care of Lilu.
She beams happily. I'm popular.
No, I know you're not going to transform into one of those things.
And also stop calling
Oh.
goddamn robot.
I'm sorry, but what's
Cog.
your name? Cog. Okay.
She's a cog, and her name is Page Break.
You see him shaking his head a bit before he snaps his fingers at you, Paige. So, right, we'll go this way then.
Alright, come on. We're gonna go, Right, where is he going? Is he going to the science lab, or is he going the other place?
He's going to engineering.
Alright, they go to engineering, we're going to the science lab. Come on, Lilu. I'm really good at science, I say, with all the enthusiasm of somebody who's not.
Some scientific ability.
That's better than I got. And,
Right.
yeah, we're gonna run.
So, the groups start to make their way. Kist, are you being stealthy or are you going to pull out with the
Oh,
flamethrower?
stealthy as hell.
Okay, give me a stealth roll for Lilo.
Hopefully stealthy.
And Paige, I imagine you'd rather the
Right.
NPC roll stuff, right?
I will spend a.
If possible, yes.
I am spending a focus to reroll the 1 because I get the 1. Actually, should I do the D4? No, I should do the 1. I'll spend the focus.
I'm going to say the NPC has
Oh.
N focus to use.
Alright, so I'm going to spend another focus and reroll the other D8.
Oh,
So yeah, so I fail.
Oh,
Okay.
no.
Alright, so,
It
Paige
was
Break,
bound to happen eventually.
Yeah.
you're an NPC man. You start heading towards the after the ship, and there's a few times where you got to duck away, but you guys start. Your journey seems to be successful. There isn't anything bad that finds you.
Mhm.
On the other hand, Kist and Lilu, you are making your way through the ship. You have to go to a flight of stairs that take you down to the lower decks. And as you are going down these stairs, you come off from one landing, and the doors slide open to let you through onto the decking itself. And right at the end of the corridor is one of those things.
Oh.
And you quickly sort of try to move yourself back behind the door,
But not in time.
but you see that many eyes whip up, and then you hear something charging down the corridor.
Time to light it up, Lilu.
Time to light it up.
He just says, turning into a light show. Okay, so you're gonna try and fry this.
It's gonna try and fry this.
I'm gonna tap my radio. We have contact. We're gonna let you know if the flamethrower works.
Okay. Which one of you is
She
carrying
cuts
the
a little
flamethrower?
bit this way.
Lilu has the flamethrower.
Lilu has the
Okay,
flamethrower.
Lido. So, Lido, you step back into the doorway,
Pistols out.
leveling your flamethrower down the hallway. As it approaches, you pull the trigger. There isn't really any way to miss. Who has a flamethrower damage chart?
I will have one shortly. I'm fishing through it right now. Just play on 3 points.
So, in terms of Lilu's stats for range combat, she has 3, and she has this quirk called Fearsome Aim.
Which won't really matter for the flamethrower.
Yeah, I guess it
2d12.
doesn't make sense for that.
It's 2d10 for damage, flood, bombard,
that's it.
melt, ignite.
Yep. So, you
So,
know.
and then she does add her RDB.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's 10 for her.
Yeah, mine's 11, so I don't know if she had better.
RDB is 11.
Yeah, okay.
So
okay.
rolled 2d10 plus 11.
Okay, so you send this stream of flame down the corridor, and it hits this massive flesh that is heading towards you. Vrooms, and then the spikes come,
It's a perfect sound effect for it.
and then there is a horrid smell of burning flesh and multiple screams. Sounds like different voices emanating from this creature. as it sort of roils and lashes about wildly at the walls around it. You can see flesh trying to reform over burning lumps, catching alight themselves, some sloughing off, its entire form quivering, and it actually starts to back off from where the flame emanated from.
I am swapping to my toggle really quick, trying to grab footage of that really quick. I have optics, or not optics, but the utility eye or whatever. Not the utility eye, but the other thing. The the non-surgical version of it.
The lens.
Yeah, the lens. I have the UI lenses, so I'm gonna try and
Okay.
record that really quick, and I'll send that on to Coffee Break.
It would appear the flamethrower is pretty effective.
That's good to know. But as it's being backed off from you, you can see that reforming flesh over burning flesh does actually start to dampen the flame out.
Not all that effective.
And it's at the end of the corridor once more, where it's backed off to.
Run. Lulu, run.
Run. Where do we run?
Where we're going, run!
Okay.
Down that way!
Okay.
Run.
So you start running towards it, as that's the way you're going.
And if there's an opportunity to torch it again, I will certainly do so.
Yeah, you can see it recovering at the end of the corridor, which is basically where you need to be going. There's a sort of four-way path of corridor meetups, and as you're heading towards it, you light it back up. And give me another damage roll. Okay, and once again, you hear it screeching and screaming, and then it bursts upwards.
Into the ceiling.
Clawing through plating, trying to find somewhere to escape to, and starts to lift its form into the ceiling plates.
Okay.
We
run.
How is there an opportunity to hit it before it climbs up?
Yeah. You can go past it as it's burning, trying to escape, and get a parting shot on it if you want.
Yes.
Right. Another damage roll, please.
The baton is 3d10.
Oh, I should roll the baton.
Oh, you want to do the baton?
Oh, you're trying to shoot it again. Okay.
Yeah, shooting. Okay. Yeah. The flames lick at it, searing away at flesh, but it seems to be smothering that a lot quicker. But it is retreating up still, and soon the last bits of dangling flesh and bone are carried in.
I did consider shoulder kicking or kicking this thing to pin it.
Please do.
She's watching it go away, and she kind of frowns a bit and says, "I'm not entirely certain, but it might be capable of adapting to this."
And then the feed's gonna turn off because I left it going. Well, you just last thing you hear is Kiss yelling, "Run while we can."
Right, and you guys run towards science. Okay. Engineering team. Brave little cog soon. Soon you are basically coming in on one of the gantries that overlooks a large engineering bay. And it seems to be fairly empty. You do see the large spherical object with lots of these sort of ring supports attached to it, just sitting idly. There seem to be computer banks, which do have dim glows on them, as if there's power in them. They're just not particularly active. And John will run down the steps from one of these gantries into the main engineering floor.
She'll look down at him saying, "Where are you going?"
To see if I can get these computers on.
Is there a way to do that while disabling actual propulsion for the vessel?
I'm not an engineer. I don't know.
She's going to see if there's a way to separate the two systems. She's worried that that this guy's going to basically morph off and teleport this to the nearest populated planet.
Okay. If you want to head down to the actual control points, such, you can get them turned on.
Yeah.
And start searching through.
She will do so.
He does actually seem a bit clueless as to what he's typing at himself.
Okay. Hopefully he doesn't do
give
anything
me
terrible.
It's a mind exert, I believe, and it's operate for computers, isn't it? Yes. Difficulty. Unfortunately, when you boot this up, you do not know what this fucking OS is.
I know. My operate's not amazing, but my mind exert's good, so.
What the hell is Windows 28?
Oh, fuck. Rolling the dice. Okay.
Hey! Oh,
Ah, damn it, I
no,
broke it again.
you did it badly.
I did it badly. Ah, there's the one.
Yeah, so you start typing away, and the search indexing on this does not seem to function as you thought it would, and you're having trouble finding the exact systems you need. You do see exterior weapon systems, you see just restore full power, but you can't seem to find that break of propulsion.
But there's a restore full power there.
hmm
She'll look over to him and say, "What have you found?"
I found logs, I found crew manifest, I found cargo.
She'll look over at the power again and says, "If we restore full power to the ship, do you know if the robots will hunt us as well?"
Frankly, you don't have any chips that identify his crew, so yeah.
She nods a little bit, fairly unconcerned with that, and she looks back at the sphere and says, "Will it turn that on?"
It'll become active. It won't activate, but it'll be on.
She kind of hovers over the control a little bit, and looks over at him and says, "You've been here when it's on, right?
On the ship, yeah.
Did it feel different?"
Yeah, everyone reports a little bit of queasiness and such with that thing running.
And she will hover over again and then come back in to Kiss and says, "We've made it to engineering. I have a few options available. We can return the main core active and activate the ship, but the robots will apparently target everybody. Are you prepared to run from them?"
I'm prepared to run from everything.
That's what we're always doing now.
Or that life is pain. Please turn the robots on.
And she'll look down at it again, and over at the other guy, and basically decide that she's going to do this, and we'll activate the system.
Okay, so you turn the main power on, and you hear that sort of whirring of generators kicking into gear, and you see that sphere wobble. Is the best description for it. Its entire surface, which seemed sturdy and metallic, seeming to shimmer and flex as if turning more liquidy. And then you can see these pipes that seem to be connecting these rings to it actually starting to rotate with those rings, and those pipes just seem to stir through this liquid as this engine powers on. And across the ship, lights start to come on, computers start to come into gear, and the 4 androids that were in engineering suddenly straighten up. You can see certain joints moving as if they're going through system checks, checking each joint in turn. And then there occur these single points of red lights scattered across these visors they have come on.
She will hide, basically, or try to.
And you see one of the robots turn towards John and suddenly raising its gun arm. And you hear, scanning for contaminant.
Oh, okay. They can do that. Wait a minute. So they know what the contaminant is.
Contaminant not found. And the arm lowers, and the robots start to leave engineering. All but one.
Yeah. I will try to hide from the one.
And you see John going, you're mechanical, right? Just nod.
She this is a complicated question. She shrugs and nods.
Would can you interface with the computer?
She shrugs again. I haven't tried.
Try and get yourself listed as equipment or something. I don't know.
She will give that a shot.
Okay, so it's settle around, and he's actually going to go up in front of the robot and goes, "Please scan me again." And you see it focusing on him and running scans.
She will go over to some place where she can interface with it. She can do so wirelessly, but I don't know if I can really talk to her because of...
it's you're getting some real compatibility issues, and you're basically having to delve down to basic ones and zeros.
All right. Oh, we'll do it.
So I want another operate check, mind exert, difficulty 4.
Yeah. Come on, baby. You got this. Rolling the dice slowly. I will use my last focus so that I'm
Okay.
not getting shot at.
Right, you basically get yourself listed as one of those war machines.
Actually, I didn't need to. There's weird math in there.
You did
It's
a
minus
negative.
plus 1.
You did a minus plus
you did.
1. You actually
Yeah.
took
Okay,
away
so yeah,
your
you're fine.
one.
You didn't have to spend a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Svi, why do you type these things?
Svi has 18
So
fingers.
yeah, you're able to list yourself in as basically a mechanical piece of robotic equipment.
She will come out and let herself be scanned in the hopes that she is not obliterated.
It just seems to ignore you.
Okay. She's going to look over at the sphere again for a moment and see what she can get from it, just in terms of like observation.
So you stare at this sphere, and I mean, it seems to be running on mechanical principles, the way it's turning and such, although you're really not sure what's happening with the metal itself, why it's gone to this liquid state when it looks just like a crafted sphere, you know. You could guess that maybe it's being superheated by the rings, but you don't see any heat emission. Basically, it doesn't make sense.
Fair enough. Has the Q level in the room changed?
What do you have something to detect that?
Kind of. So they are streamed into their bodies using a zero latency system, regardless of range. So she is aware of the other hers. There's at least 2 other bodies that she has. There's one on Mars and there's one on the other ship.
What level of abstraction does that start to become an issue?
2.
Right now, you're getting some minor distortion. You're getting your signal through, but it seems wrong, and it's causing a bit of headache because your live streaming of data is not matching up perfectly now.
So she's kind of desynced.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to look down at her hand, which is trembling a little bit, and say, "Wow, the coffee is worth more."
Discoveries.
And she will back away from the. Oh, is that the other guy?
Yeah, he says, "You're right there."
And she looks over and shakes her head a little bit and says, "I believe I'm scared."
It's kind of natural, though. I don't know why they program you lot with emotions. I don't know.
She'll walk away from the sphere a little bit to try to get some distance from it and head back toward the door.
So you approach the door, and it still feels you're still getting that heaviness of it, right? Are you going to go out, or are you staying in the room?
She'll look toward him. Is there any reason we need to stay?
I mean, one of us here should be here to blow it if need be.
She'll nod as though he has volunteered himself and move out the door.
Okay. Okay. And, when you step out the door and the door closes behind you, suddenly that feeling, you get that bit more of a stink up with your network.
She
Things
stops and
still feel a little fuzzy, but it's not as intense.
Stops for a second to basically collect with other parts of herself, and goes, "That's very interesting. That changes everything. I think I get it now." And she'll start moving up away from the system a little bit.
Okay.
To try to rejoin with them.
Okay, so you start heading towards where you knew where they were going to be.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kist and Lilu, you're making less stealthy and more frantic dash now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of running now.
You get the master away. There's one point down a corridor where you do see what looks to be like a couple of skittering limbs approaching you, detached from any body. And Lilu, I'm actually going to need you to make an attack roll to actually hit these. Flood weapon. Do they have to roll to hit now?
Not if they're in the range.
Okay, they'd be in the range. So just give me another damage roll. What do you do?
They get a reflex save, but I don't know if these things really reflex.
No, they don't. No.
Okay.
Okay. these things actually roast. You see them catch a light, and there just isn't enough of them to try and reform and recover and smother and repair, and eventually they stop moving.
Fire still works. We just need enough of it.
That's good to know.
We need bigger flamethrowers.
She will chime in on the comm as they're moving along. The system should be powered up now. The robots are on the move. They will try to attack you. Be cautious.
And yeah, the lights are now coming on all over the ship, so your path is now lit. You don't need torches or your optics. But it does let you see a little more of the ship's condition easily. Every now and then you do see scratches along the walls, spatters of blood scattered about here and there. Clearly, whatever happened across the ship. But soon you find yourself at the entrance to what seems to be the main science lab. Strangely enough, the door is ajar and bent. Which you could easily squeeze through.
Well,
I'll go first.
Okay, I'll cover you. She holds up the flamethrower.
Yeah, if anything gets me, just light it up, okay?
Yeah.
Fist
Okay.
bump, and I'm gonna go in.
Alright, so you clamber into the room, Kist. Lilu, you stay guard in the corridor. And Lilu, Kist, it is a mess in here. There's blood everywhere. There are computer consoles that have just these clear gashes carved through them. And in the main window of the science lab, looking into what seems to be a containment room, there is this strange object. It looks like a orb with three sort of horns coming out from its base, curling up around it, and not quite touching each other as they meet at the top. It looks to be carved from some form of stone or another, very dark.
What the hell is this thing? I'm going to.
If it looks evil, smash it.
You think so? I've got a pistol. Is there any?
I don't know what it is.
Any computer readouts or any
Now
text
that the power's back on, you can see a terminal that does seem to be near this containment room. It's damaged, but the screen is active, if flickering.
All right, I'm gonna go over and check it out.
And it does seem to have a readout of artifact found from Epsilon 259.
Unhelpful. Got it.
Yes, very unhelpful.
Is there anything nice and big and heavy, like a pipe wrench?
There's not such a pipe wrench, but there are plenty of tools in here. There's something you could leverage.
All right.
Or smack, or whatever you want.
Yeah.
This thing is in its own sealed room, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell comms. I'm about to do something extremely dumb. Coffee break. Keep an eye on things. Lilu, be ready to run. I'm taking a snapshot and I'm sending it to all of them. Going in the room with the artifact. I'm gonna try and bash it. See if I break it. Maybe everything stops.
I can't think of a better plan.
Okay.
John,
Coffee break's going to take a moment trying to conceive why that would have any noticeable effect in failing.
So there is what looks to be like a key card reader on the door,
Yeah.
but you can see a few key cards scattered around the lab.
I'll pick up a bloody key card and I'll just start trying them until one works.
Okay. So
After your third one in, a little caption comes up and says, "Are you a robot?"
you get beep boop, beep boop, beep boop, and then ping, and the door slides open.
All right. Sorry, Lilu. And then I'll get in there and I'm gonna close the door behind me.
Okay, you close the door behind you, and you're in the room with the artifact. It sits there menacingly.
I have no choice but to start beating the shit out of it.
You start hammering on it, and you can feel the reverberation of this pipe you're using. Like, it aches your arms, and it does not even cause it a chip or a dent. And in fact, the pipe starts to take more damage than the artifact does.
Okay. New plan. Opening the door. Let me borrow the flamethrower.
Why do you need the flamethrower?
I want to try
Because the pipe was not enough.
That's throwing my pipe in your direction.
Okay, I'm coming in there with you.
All right, come on, let's convert it.
Is that a rock?
I think it's a rock. Yeah. Can you burn this?
You can try.
Can you burn rocks?
You can sometimes melt them into a ore. Sometimes. Let's try. It might be a mineral.
Okay, if you think it's charcoal or something.
It might be. Let's hope. Just think positive thoughts.
Diamonds burn.
Okay. All right, Lilu is going to take aim with a flamethrower.
You're taking aim from the door or you're heading in?
From the door.
From the door. Okay.
You don't want to be in an enclosed space with a flamethrower.
Okay. Open fire.
Damage roll?
Yep.
Real good.
Okay, you hold a burst of fire on it, and it flickers over. And while the flame seems to remain on the table this thing is held on, because sticky, fiery stuff, the object seems to be completely uncoated, and nothing has remained or touched it, and seems to be completely fine.
Ah, Jesus Christ.
Huh. I'd like to examine it from a distance. Is there anything that I could notice?
It's fireproof and pipe-proof. Man, that's something.
Give me a body perceive difficulty 3.
Okay, so I have a 1 in that. So how do I do
What
that?
if we huck it into the engine?
Is that just 2d6?
I was thinking about suggesting
2d6,
that, but I'm really worried about what that'll do.
Plus
so.
2d6 plus your body exert.
Right. Nope.
Can't see shit.
All right, I'm gonna pick it up.
Okay, you pick it up.
Yep. All right. New
It's
plan.
very, very light.
Yeah, it's good. All right, so I'm gonna use this as a bludgeoning weapon from now on because it's pretty it's pretty much a great thing for that. All right, well, I'm just gonna take the artifact with me. I don't know exactly what all happened with it, but hey, coffee break. Do you feel like throwing it in the engine's a good plan?
I don't know. She says, seeming very concerned about the fact that she doesn't know. However, I would avoid getting direct contact with whatever it is. If you're operating under the assumption that this is what's causing the event, I probably wouldn't put it close to the creatures it's made.
Oh, so you mean I shouldn't be carrying it right now?
Well, I shouldn't carry it toward the creatures it's made.
They're everywhere.
Wait. If the creatures are attracted to it, why weren't there any near it?
I don't know if they're attracted. I just don't know if it's great to have it contact them. It might do nothing. We have nothing to go off of currently. It's just the assumption that this is somehow related.
Yeah, we don't even know.
Maybe
if
it blows
it's
them
related.
up. Let's hope it blows them up when they touch it.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna hit them with it, and we'll find out.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me know how it goes. She
I'm
says, sounding kind of nervous.
gonna come join you guys down in engineering. Come on, Lulu. Let's go.
Okay.
We're going back to engineering?
Wait, are we going somewhere else? We're going there. Do we want to try and get a pod?
Escape pod.
Escape pod. Yeah, let's go to the escape pods.
Okay. So, you all start to which escape pod are you trying to go to?
Whichever one
The
John
nearest ones are the
recommends.
aft ones, but you've got left or right of the ship, basically.
Let's go right aft.
Okay. You start to head towards the right after escape pod. About sort of midway there, you meet up with PageBreak.
Hey, where's
You find
Tom?
your companions. PageBreak, you see this artifact, and you've got this uneasy cure feeling from everything here, this engine being on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Except you look at that artifact, and everything seems to be okay around it. Like, if you step near it, things seem normal.
She will step near it.
Yeah. That uneasy feeling fades, and you now have a perfect connection to yourself.
She will reach up to it and make grabby hands. I wish to hold the thing.
No, this is mine. You get your own.
I would like to hold it though.
No, but you have barely arms.
Safety blanket.
Have stronger arms than thou.
Look, she can hit things from further
dude,
away. Let her hold it.
Would you like to get into a wrestling match? Because my body fixer versus yours might be interesting.
She will make more insistent grabby hands and says, I
Oh
believe
my
that
God,
that is enhancing
fine.
my connection.
Fine. Here, it's almost as big as you.
She will hold it and will take up her target cargo points holding it.
Unidentified personnel detected.
Uh-oh.
Here, as ran in a corner is one of those droids. And you see it lifting one of its arms and a little sort of tube starting to poke out as its wrist bends in.
I will put up a shield.
Okay.
I will put my hands up and go, we surrender!
As that shield goes up, what impacts it seems to be these gel-like slugs of just matter. And you see the shield flicker a bit as they hit it, but it's not particularly destructive.
Oh, less than lethal. That's kind.
Well, yeah.
Wait, are those acid bullets?
No, I think.
And suddenly that gel expands
I was going to wait for that gel explodes.
and sort of foams up against the shield and hardens.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I don't need the shield anymore. It made a wall.
I mean, it's a security drone. You don't just kill unidentified people.
We are on a somewhat atypical ship.
And then there is a crunch, and you see that that foamed up gel shatter and fall away from the shield as a fist impacts the shield.
Oh, by the way, I think he's mad now.
Killing,
Run.
Run.
she'll point toward the other direction and say, Joe has been left in the engineering bay in case he wants to blow up the ship.
That's very noble of Joe. Let's run.
Yeah, let's go.
Joe doesn't know how to blow up the ship.
So was John.
I mean, any all else fails, you just use the flamethrower on the engine core. It works on almost everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so you start running towards the escape pod.
Hey, John, why aren't you with us?
Trying to figure out how to make this go boom.
John, I love you very much as a stranger that I just met, but I might be a little bit more capable of blowing that up than you are. Swap places with me, please.
So
Get these people to the airport. You could go with the little, and she's gritting her teeth, robot, and Lilu, and get them someplace, and let me do it. I'll be on comms with you the whole time.
You see Paige shake her head how easily they slip back into racism.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I got this. Leave me some tools on a bench. I got it.
Okay, and you can hear a clattering, and then you hear, droid, follow me. And you hear a affirmative from somewhat distant from him, as you hear him start to huff and pant as he runs out of the engineering bay.
Okay. And I will look at Lilu and my counterpart with the little orb that could, and I'm going to offer my pistol.
I can't really hold it because I'm holding the rock.
Well, I'm just gonna like set it on your head because you claim that you have like imaginary digits. So here you go.
You collapse under the fierce combined weight.
She'll look back up and say, "Kist, I don't believe it's necessary to remain on board the ship to blow it up. Surely we can find some other way."
I only know how to sabotage one way.
When I powered it back on, I powered on all the systems. It should have propulsion. If the other ship is compromised, we can probably pilot them into each other.
I'm not taking chances. Get to the escape pod. If you can do shit from there, I'll get to an escape pod. Okay?
Do we know what'll happen if an engine like this explodes?
No, we don't. It'll be fun.
Oh.
And she looks at the things that she's holding. What about this?
Consider that my gift to you for all the times I never answered your stupid questions.
But this might be what caused the whole situation.
It might be, and I have tried everything I can to break it, and nothing seems to kinetically make it react. Their computer system is borked, and we have none of their research. So we have
the explosion might do it.
People over there going crazy and dying. Yeah.
If you throw this in the engine, that might do it. The engine doesn't make sense.
I said throw it in the engine. She wants to keep it because it makes her feel safe.
She kind of looks down at it and says, "I'm going to have to. I think I might have a solution to this that works out okay. Even if it doesn't destroy the explosion will send this thing cascading across space at a completely random tangent. It'll be untraceable. It doesn't have its own proportions, so it's not putting off any heat. I can bring it down and set off the destruct myself, and I should be able to stream out as long as this continues to do what it's doing."
All right, you do it.
She will march down to the end of the corridor with it, and say, "Do I say goodbye?"
Is this goodbye?
She looks over and says, "I'm not sure," which makes it all the more valuable, which is something that I never really considered. I didn't really think that that was the secret to implied culture, but really it's the fear that you're going to end at any moment that makes all these things so valuable to you. Assuming this timing doesn't go right, I'm going to lose information I'll never get back again. That's rather frightening, actually.
I don't.
There's another me waiting on Mars if you ever want to meet up again.
I don't understand anything about what's going on with the robot.
You hear over the comms, they sort of, oh shit, sound of flamethrower going off.
John, are you okay?
Running.
I think we should do the same.
All right. Good luck.
Coffee team, go.
Coffee team, go.
We're going to assume the A-team didn't survive at all. Goodbye, A-team.
I'm doing one of those cool like fist bump things that like cool kids do with the cool kid that I'm running off with because I'm trying to keep them bolstered.
Okay, so you page break. You run off with the artifact towards engineering.
Mm-hmm.
Kiss and Needle, you continue running towards the escape pods. You don't meet any resistance on the way, and neither do you the page break because they don't view you as a thing. Kiss and Lilu, you do however hear the thump, 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 thump of clearly heavy metallic feet trying to keep up and find you down the corridors behind you.
Oh yeah, that was the reason I wanted to keep the little robot nearby.
Listen, one thread at a time. I'm trying to save the galaxy here.
Page break. You reach the engineering bay carrying your item. It is Sans, John, and the robot.
Okay. She will go over to the nearest console and see if there's a way to set off a destruct system.
And even with the pulsing of that thing that you holding this object, you feel like you're in the clear. You go over to the console and you'll have to give me a mind exert operate check difficulty 2. Now it's up and running.
Okay. Wow.
Okay. You do go through the systems, and there is a self-destruct system. Seems to be a bit safe. It's got to have a command code on it, but there it is.
Well, I will try to muscle through the command code, I guess.
Okay. Same roll, but difficulty 4. Oh
wow.
Okay. So basically you start running press programs and start trying to brute force this, and yep, there's the first key, there's the second key, third, fourth, and you're starting to get all these digits put in, and then there it is, set time.
I will count the other ones. Can I be heard?
We can hear you.
I have received the time input. How much time do you need?
John, how long?
There's a of his thing before you get 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
All right, 2 minutes.
She will enter in 2 minutes. And
wait,
say,
have we found the escape pod yet?
You are pretty close to the escape pod now.
Have we confirmed the existence of the escape pod yet?
Not
Yeah.
yet, but
A valid question.
2 minutes for us. How long do you want?
She says, I am simultaneously existing in 2 locations. I don't believe I need to come back.
Okay, I don't know what you drank out of that bad old coffee you've been packing around for 3 days, but escape pod, you come.
just leave the robot. God damn. You hear John yelling.
She chimes back, I will be okay. Don't worry, I've secured my own exit.
I feel like she's lying.
I don't know if
You
she's
can roll
lying.
for it. Yeah.
No, I'm just assuming this roll.
Fair enough.
I've either succeeded or I failed. I'm just assuming in character. My bias is I think she's lying.
You what are you gonna do about that lie? Anything?
I can't do too much about it
Yeah.
other than run down there.
Okay. So you are running to the escape pod still.
Mhm.
Yeah. You do round a corner and you see John coming from an opposite corridor, and yeah, there's a couple of escape pods left.
Okay, cool. Let's get in.
Make sure there's nothing inside it.
Gonna
And
look
then
in.
take
and
a different one from him.
Are there
So you run up to
Are there 3 escape pods?
2. They're multi-person escape pods though.
Yeah.
Like you
but-
could fit 6 people in one.
Yeah.
This isn't Spaceballs.
I'm gonna go. Hey, John. Nothing against you, but you take one. We'll take one.
Yeah, sounds good. And he's gonna hop into one. He open it up, point his flamethrower in, and then get in.
Yeah. We'll do the same on our side.
Yours is also clear.
Mhm.
And you can hear the of alarms going off constantly now. As the countdown continues, and it is within about 40 seconds now as you're in these pods.
We gotta launch immediately.
Yeah, we're launching. Launch, John.
Good luck, and you hear his comm go dead as his escape pod out in space.
Mhm.
You get making yours go.
Yep.
Okay, you key in something, and bam, your escape pod is out.
Okay, so while we're going out,
Mhm.
Lilu is going to examine every single crevice and vent in the escape pod with the flamethrower.
Okay, you examine it, and there doesn't seem to be anything.
I'm just gonna be like sitting there, and I'm gonna go. So, did you pack any playing cards? Or...
And the escape pod is starting to get kind of rough. It's starting to turn, and you can hear the little sort of external thrusters firing as they're trying to get distance, and it's a little hard to stand. And gravity is failing at this distance from the ship.
Yep, that's fine.
The seats have straps for a reason.
Yep.
Yep.
I'm strapped in. I'll strap in.
They're strapping in.
Lilu will rush in to strap in as well.
You're going to take the canister off your back for the flamethrower to do that.
I'll
Well,
help you.
she will do that.
Yeah, we can hold
But
it.
how many
hold it
seats are in
aloft.
there?
There are six seats.
She is going to strap the flamethrower pack into one of those seats next to
You
her.
stay here,
Keep it
baby.
safe. Tuck
She's
it in
going to keep
nicely.
it safe. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
She wants it handy at a moment's notice, but also hopefully not exploding.
Yeah, and it jettisons away, and page break. You can hear those final countdowns.
How
Self-destruct in 10.
yeah, before they jump to the 10, back in the 40, are they capable of receiving like once they're able to hear over the radio, how much time is left?
Once they're hear her of about, I'd say about 30 seconds.
Okay. She will chime back up to them. Are you clear?
We're out. We took 2 separate escape pods.
She nods a little bit and says, "Thank you for the experience. I'm sure this wasn't quite what was expected."
I'm sorry you had to stay behind.
She smiles a little bit and says, "Actually, I'm learning something that I otherwise never would have." And she'll back up a little bit from the artifact. She's going to leave it and approach the engine core near it.
as you get closer to the engine core and leave the sphere of influence, you feel that disconnect from yourselves resume.
She says, I have a uplink with another version of myself that I share information with. I effectively don't die, but I discovered that a lot of the value I've been looking for is in termination. So I just wanted to spend 40 seconds at the end alone. It would be nice if you could tell my former self that I said hello.
10,
What's her
9,
name?
8, 7,
Wait,
6,
Cogs clone
5,
themselves?
4, 3, 2, 1. And Paige, for you, existence ceases. There is a blinding light as this core seems to rupture and expand outwards, ending you instantly. The rest of you, you can see out of the sort of little windows on the escape pod, the entire midsection of the ship bow outwards, and then fiery glow of an explosion ripping it out fully, and then a cascade tearing through the ship as the entire thing detonates. And a shockwave hits your shuttles, shaking them horribly. The escape pod's barely holding up to this close to detonation, and you see your other ship caught in this explosion. Not quite as fully disintegrated, but being torn apart, and its metal scattered about.
Do we see the other escape pod?
You do see the other escape pod. Occasionally, as your escape pod turns and it comes into view in its own little window, the other escape pod seems fine.
So both ships are destroyed now.
Yep.
I'm gonna frown and take my pistol out and shoot Lulu in the head. And then shoot myself. No.
Damn it, Sam, don't one-off the one-off game.
I want to keep the misadventures of Lulu going on.
And eventually that shockwave, the turbulence in the escape pod ceases, and the escape pod's short-range thruster starts to peter out.
So, John, you know any good stories?
Yeah, I know a few.
Okay, we got a while before IRPF can pick us up. What with the fight going on in the lanes right now?
Yeah. Well, once upon a time, and he does start to go into a story.
What's
And,
Kansas?
Yeah, and he starts to tell you stories that really don't make sense about Earthmate very, very carefully avoiding a war with Mars, a disarmament program, and an alliance building.
Wow, this sounds like a real fairy tale to me.
Yeah. And as he tells his story, Lilu, Kist, you can sort of unbuckle yourselves and drift about a bit more comfortably. These aren't exactly comfortable seats.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you want to keep Mr. Flamethrower safe.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And Lilu, as you gaze out into the stars, you hear a splitting and cracking of bone behind you
Oh, boy.
as the infected Kist lashes out at you. And that's where we're going to end.
Yay!
Yay!
That's what you get for holding a strange rock.
I was like, she's going into the room? She's picking it up? Not what I expected at all.
Okay.
Just
See-
had my head floating by, going, Ludo.
I'm kind of a bit disappointed that you didn't exploit one of Lilu's quirks in this whole thing. The minion. There were so many bizarre opportunities for that to
Well,
just
to be
materialize
To
somehow.
be fair, that is also your quirk.
Yeah.
You got to
leverage
exploit the
that.
minion.
Yeah.
Hopefully that wasn't too bad.
No, it's fun.
That was pretty fun.
I got the little secrets I wanted to get out of it. There is a simul version of her out on Mars somewhere that is currently losing 40 seconds of memory, which is an odd experience for them. It's lost data that will never be returned.
I am going to turn off.
What's
recording.
unfortunate was she wanted to try to capture the final mortal experience by the only way of passing on her information was orally to another person, and now those people are fucking dead, so they can't return the information, and it's dead.
I assure you, somehow Lilu has survived this ordeal.
She was holding the flamethrower, and it probably took time for me to like.
Especially the ending of the thing. I'm leaving it up in the air.
Yeah, but that's the thing that just favors a character like Lilu because of her incredible luck.
All right, turning off the recording.